Dann die Nummer 10, the great Thomas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Haar Disciples Baseball. Today, April the 23rd, Sunday, 2023. This matchup between the München-Haar Disciples and the Stuttgart Reds, scheduled miraculously to begin on time. The weather has been terrible. I mean, the good news is summer got here. The bad news is it left already. And the condition of the field was just atrocious about an hour ago, and somehow the Disciples have gotten the field ready for play, and it looks, I got to say, really good. The lines have been drawn. The manager's meeting is taking place at home plate. My name is Tim Collins, and I'm joined, as always this season, with Mr. Alex Tufts.
Great to be here, Tim. Let's play two.
Yeah, 2 7-inning games. That's the new rule this year. If the game is tied after 7, then we're going to actually not one zombie runner, but 2 zombie runners. But
in the 8th inning.
In the 8th inning. Wow. It's going to be like 2020 all over again.
Yeah.
And so, well, let's see what happens. These two teams obviously have played each other very tough over the years, but right now, the way things look in the standings, it's pretty uneven. However, the Disciples have played much better baseball of late, even though their record has not reflected that. They are winless in their first 6 attempts this season. Stuttgart has only played 4 games, and they were against Mannheim and Hünstedt, and they won all 4. And now, the handshake between Rick Jock and Ryan Bollinger, the acting manager for the Haar Disciples, today is taking place. The umpires are taking their place, and the Disciples are huddled along the third base line and getting ready to take the field and try to right the ship so far here in 2023. Home plate umpire for today's ballgame will be Vlado Čupić. Down the third base line will be Mark Seifried, and the first base line will be Patrick Meister. And the Disciples will take the field as they're going to do so with the following defensive alignment. Miguel Pinheiro playing third, Callum Murphy at short, Nate Thomas is at second, David Wallace is playing first base, Will Thorpe behind the plate doing catching. And the outfield from left to right is Neil Schmidt, Joe Rosenthal, and Nick Michelli. And on the mound, the young right-hander Daniel Wolf. And what can we expect from Daniel today, Alex?
He's got to have a good start. And, I mean, first inning. Got to come in the strike zone right away. He's got to keep that ball down in the zone. And, yeah, get some confidence right away. Get some guys out. Pitch to contact. He's not a guy who's going to strike out 20. Got to get some balls in play. Get the defense active. Get going from there. Get some momentum going.
Yeah, I think you said it. I mean, the key thing for Wolf, several years ago, I remember Daniel Wolf playing on the youth team. He was 12, and I don't remember how long ago that was. But he has matured, and he's throwing the ball with a lot more velocity nowadays. And, of course, he can be very effective. He just needs to throw strikes, and so we'll see what he can do against the lineup that begins with the veteran Xavi Gonzalez. Gonzalez in his 10th season with the Stuttgart Reds. He will be followed by one of the many sets of brothers on the Stuttgart Reds, Jonas van Bergen, batting second. He's playing left field. Third base, the third batter in the lineup is the catcher Daniel Abiles. Yannick Dentz, the right fielder, bats cleanup. Dustin Ward, who will start Game 2 as the pitcher. He's the DH in Game 1, batting fifth, rather. Moritz van Bergen, the first baseman, bats 6th. Danilo Weber, another one of the brothers. He's playing third base, batting 7th. His brother, Yannick Weber, is going to bat 8th and play second base. And Benedict Schaefer, who also has a brother who's on the bench today, he's playing center field and batting 9th. So Wolf has finished his warm-up pitches. Xavi Gonzalez steps up to the plate. Gonzalez, I mentioned, this is now his 10th season with the Stuttgart Reds, and in the previous 9 seasons, he's got a career batting average .283. He's been a very pesky hitter and a solid player for them in a team that really constantly is always battling for a playoff spot.
And if you remember, just to go a little bit into the storyline here, last year, last game day of the year, Haar crushed their playoff hopes.
As a ground ball pulled foul, strike 1, we are underway.
With a victory in Game 1, Stuttgart came into the ballpark needing to win 2 games to tie Mainz, and they would have gotten into the playoffs. Haar was able to win the first game, crush their playoffs. Could be on their mind today. Could be a little payback.
Yeah, as I mentioned, going back, since I've started watching the games regularly, it's a good breaking ball, a little bit low from Wolf, 1-1. You have the powerhouse teams in the South. You have your Regensburg and you have your Heidenheim. And then, Mainz has always been a very good team. In the past, Mannheim was very strong. There's another curveball. This one yanked foul into the burger/bullpen area. 1-2 to Gonzalez. But Stuttgart and Haar, they have always been, one of the teams that they've always kind of been in the middle of the rankings. But Stuttgart has really upped their game. And, this year they're actually planning to open a new stadium in Stuttgart. And so they have only played road games so far. Here's the pitch. Grounded foul again. Still 1-2.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that open up, and I'm sure the players are as well. That gives you a boost of energy, some momentum, something to cheer about, and it looks like it's come to fruition this year. They've been off to a hot start.
1-2 on Xavi Gonzalez. Nobody out, nobody on. Just getting started in game 1. We started basically on time, maybe a couple minutes after 12. The pitch. Line drive center field. That is going to drop in front of Rosenthal on a bounce. And Gonzalez is at first base with a single to start the game. Well, he fouled off a bunch of breaking balls, and then he got a fastball that was up and just roped it into center field. Gonzalez getting on base. And it's a good start for Stuttgart here in the top of the first.
But also good for Wolf to get some of those curveballs down in the zone right away. I like that Will Thorpe's calling that pitch right away. Get him comfortable with it so it's not a surprise when it comes later.
Jonas van Bergen swings through a fastball. I think van Bergen hit a home run last week or maybe the week before, and it was he and his brother both homered in the same game. I wonder how often that's happened in the Bundesliga.
That would be a good stat.
It would be. Not so easy to look up, though. But certainly a fun fact. And he swings through another one, 0-2.
Yeah, it's really a family affair in Stuttgart with all those pairs of brothers on board.
Yeah, the Webers, Van Bergens, Schaefers. I might be missing some people. There might be more that I have neglected to notice, so I'll keep an eye on the YouTube chat. There's the pitch. Swing and a miss, and Daniel Wolf gets his first strikeout. 3 fastballs to get past Jonas van Bergen. There's one away.
Yeah, coming right at him, no fear. You got to love that if you're acting head coach Ryan Bollinger.
Right, you mentioned Ryan Bollinger, the acting head coach. That's because Ryan Saunders is celebrating a relatively special occasion. We'll talk about that in a minute after this first pitch to Daniel Abiles. Gonzalez is not going. The pitch is outside. Thorpe thinks about throwing behind him. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, Boomer Saunders, normally the head coach for the Haar Disciples. He's in South Africa supporting his father, Craig Saunders, who just completed the Tour d'Afrique. And he drove from Cairo to Cape Town on his bicycle.
That is amazing. There's the pitch. Cued off the end of the bat. It's trickling up the first baseline, and it stays foul. The ball is touched by Wallace in foul territory, so that's strike 1 to Daniel Abiles. What are Abiles' statistics so far this year?
Great question. Put
Queuing
me to
you
the
up
test right away here. Batting .273.
And he broke his bat on that one.
Okay, reset on the bat there. 3 hits, 2 RBIs, a couple walks. Hit by pitch.
So he's one of the import players for Stuttgart. They're another one of the teams they really have focused on development. They have lots and lots of young talent. I mentioned all the brothers they got. 1-1, and there's a check on Gonzalez. He gets back.
Wolf has a very strong pickoff move to first base. Throws the ball very hard over to first base. Actually had the radar gun on him over to first base because we thought maybe he throws harder to first base than he does to the plate. It was pretty close.
Really?
He was throwing 79 miles an hour over to first base. So
okay.
First baseman David Wallace got to be ready.
1-1. Gonzalez not going. The pitch is a breaking ball outside. 2-1 the count. Well, it was very wet earlier. And now it's dry, and I think the forecast is actually in our favor. It's supposed to stay dry. Gonzalez not going. That ball cracked down the left field line. It's going to hook foul. 1 hops the fence, but it's a foul ball for strike 2.
And just to finish up there on Boomer Saunders, Craig Saunders, his father, did 9,000 Ks, averaged 130 kilometers a day for 3 months.
Wow.
Had a couple off days in there, but pretty much that's a long trip. Big congrats
Yeah,
to
that
Craig
is.
and Boomer, who I know are watching from South Africa right now.
Yeah, that is really amazing. That is inspiring. 2-2 the count on Abiles. Gonzalez again a check over there, and you mentioned it that Wolf really pegged the ball to first base. Herzlich willkommen, Mad Max, Helgard und Ralph, die Stammgäste beim YouTube-Chat. Nett euch wieder zu sehen. Curveball missed the outside corner, and the count is now full. Maybe Gonzalez will take off here if he's confident that Abiles can make contact against Daniel Wolf.
Yeah, see if they want to be aggressive early in the game here. Would be a good spot for it.
He's not going. The curveball is taken for strike 3 on the outside corner. And a good 3-2 gutsy breaking ball from Daniel Wolf. Let's watch the replay. Maybe got a gift on that one.
It's going to be a good day if you're a pitcher and,
And you
and
get
that's
that
consistently called a strike. But Haar needs that. They need some pitching help, especially in the first game. Michelli not on the mound. Wolf looking to bounce back here.
So now Yannick Dentz steps up to the plate. Gonzalez now with 2 outs. He has not really shown that he's going to go so far. That pitch is outside for a ball. Dentz so far this year has 5 hits and 15 at-bats. That's not bad. 1-0, the count to him. And there goes, nope, the runner was faking. Broken bat pop-up right side. It gets over the head of Wallace and Lenz, and that's going to be an infield base hit. Sounded like a broken bat as well.
When you're hot, you're hot.
Yeah, 5 for 15. Now he's
Yep.
6 for 16.
It's a line drive in the books.
Exactly. Little blooper, and Wallace had to turn around, and the ball landed maybe a couple of feet out of his reach. It only barely got to the outfield grass, but it was enough for a hit. And now Dustin Ward, the DH. 2 on. Good speed at second base. Nate Thomas, the second baseman, is basically on the outfield grass. The pitch is a ball. Dustin Ward hitting so far this year. He has 1 hit in 6 at-bats. So he's normally DHing in game 1, and then he'll be the pitcher in game 2. He's an excellent left-handed pitcher. The 1-0 pitch after a long stretch and a check of the runner. Here it comes. Half swing roller, and it gets under the glove of Wolf. Charged by Murphy on the bounce. Throw on a bounce did not get him. And a couple of bloops and a little roller, and now the Stuttgart Reds have the bases loaded on a excuse me swing that got past Daniel Wolf. That was a really good play by Murphy to make it even close.
Yeah, just safe by a hair at first there. Weak contact as a pitcher, you want to get weak contact. Sometimes the ball's just going to find a hole.
Once it got past Wolf, you figured it was going to be a base hit. But Murphy had to charge. He was playing back.
He made a great play on that. Wet in the infield as well. Could easily slipped.
Moritz van Bergen takes a strike on the outside corner. Vlado Čupić, I mention it every time he's behind the plate. He has an emphatic call and like the most chill, laid-back signal that he does with his hand.
He was very chill. I believe he was umpiring on Friday night in Regensburg.
Curve, strike 2. And it's 0-2. I always say when he picks the apple off the tree, that's the strike.
Apple off the tree, okay, yeah.
He goes, so 0-2 on Moritz van Bergen. That's down low and in the dirt. Good block by Thorpe in the count 1-2. 2 strikeouts in the inning. 1 solid line drive base hit and 2 bloops. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Moritz van Bergen. Wolf is ahead in the count 1-2. Big pitch coming. Here it comes. Curveball line drive right to Nate Thomas to his glove side as he backhands it before spinning onto the grass. And that is out number 3. Good play. And the inning is over. No runs. 3 hits, no errors, and 3 left. And at the end of a half inning of play here in Haar, the Stuttgart Reds nothing. The Haar Disciples coming to bat. This is Haar Disciples Baseball brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. As we get ready to play in the bottom of the first inning, no score here in Haar between the Stuttgart Reds and the Haar Disciples. On the mound, the pitcher, the right-hander John Eichel Acosta. He is a Dutch right-hander, and Coach Rick Jock just told me that he calls him John Acosta. And he is working with the catcher Daniel Abiles, the third baseman Danilo Weber. Xavi Gonzalez is at short. Yannick Weber is at second. Moritz van Bergen is playing first base. And the outfield is Jonas van Bergen, Benny Schaefer in center field, and Yannick Dentz is in right field. The lineup for the Haar Disciples starts with Joe Rosenthal, then Cal Murphy, Will Thorpe, that's 1, 2, 3. Nate Thomas, Nick Michelli, Simon Lechner, 4, 5, 6. David Wallace, Miguel Pinheiro, and Neil Schmidt, 7, 8, 9. And Rosenthal will step up to the plate, hitting at 136. That's 3 hits and 22 at-bats. So he's going to try to start this ball game off against the right-hander John Acosta. The first pitch paints the corner, or just barely missed painting the corner. That is ball 1, and we are underway in the bottom of the first. And that one hits the corner. Good fastball with movement tailing back.
And this is the first time we've seen Acosta, but judging by his stats, he looks like a ground ball pitcher.
1-1 pitch to Rosenthal. Little curve that's off the plate. 2-1.
Not a ton of strikeouts in his 2 starts so far. 5 innings both times, but a lot of ground balls. 10 ground balls and 8 ground balls respectively in his starts so far.
And a swing and a miss on a pitch that was down and away out of the strike zone. 2-2. And here it comes. That's outside, full count. Rosenthal trying to get on. The Disciples have struggled to score runs, and there's no real pretty way to say that. That's just been the fact of the matter. And a swing and a miss. Down goes Rosenthal. That's the first out. First strikeout, obviously, for Acosta.
And let's see how Ryan Bollinger manages today. Maybe he's got some words of wisdom. He was also a very excellent hitter.
Yeah, he was drafted as hitter, of course, as we've mentioned many times here on the show.
So you never know. The preparation and the batting practice, maybe he's got some inside tips to get these guys going.
There's a hard ground ball to short. Gonzalez fields it and throws to first. 2 away. Murphy getting good wood on that one, but hit it right to Xavi, who's been manning that position for the last 10 years. And so 2 quick outs. Now Will Thorpe will step up to the plate. Murphy had been hitting, he had been 1 for 18 prior to that. Now Will Thorpe steps up to the plate. He is 1 for 18 as well. So some of the good hitters of the Disciples have not had much luck so far in the early going. And that pitch missed the outside corner. Good velocity from Acosta. Pitching in the short sleeves today. It's not exactly summer. That one comes in at the knees. 1-1.
And slow start for some of those guys, some of the older players in the league. I think just talking to some of the guys, I think they really miss that winter ball experience. A lot of guys going down to Australia to play a full season down there. Just from what I've talked to, guys just feel so much more ready to come in and face velocity and good pitching in March, April.
Yeah, that's true. That was a really good off-speed pitch that we just saw Thorpe swing over. 1-2. Chopped down the third base line. Foul. Still 1-2. Yeah, you mentioned guys going to Australia. I wonder if, we also talked about this last week, but the lagging effects of the pandemic. We just saw, I don't know if you saw this, Alex, but the Auckland Tuatara basically dissolved.
Oh, really?
And they have withdrawn from the ABL. It was a surprise to just about everybody. Pitches outside 2-2. So the ABL is also not immune to the effects of what all that loss of baseball and fans and time played and all that.
That's crazy. I didn't know about that. They had a lot of momentum going. It looked like a really strong program.
Yeah,
it's a shame.
Suddenly, just out of nowhere, they're like, yep, the team was placed in liquidation and withdrawn from the league, and that's it. And it just really it's kind of a stark reminder that, the pandemic, as far as what we feel, might be over, but there are some lagging effects. Another ground ball to short. Gonzalez throws out Thorpe. And a strikeout and 2 ground balls. And you mentioned it, ground ball pitcher. So far we've seen 2. 1, 2, 3 for John Acosta. Nothing across for the Heart Disciples. At the end of 1, it is Stuttgart nothing, Haar nothing. This is Heart Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are ready to begin the top of the second inning here in Haar. Stuttgart nothing, Haar nothing. Daniel Wolf escaping a bases-loaded jam in the first inning. He allowed a single and then 2 bloop singles, and then got out of the inning with a strikeout, a couple of strikeouts and a line-out. And now he will face 7, 8, 9. Danilo Weber, Yannick Weber, and Benedikt Schaefer. Danilo is the older of the 2 Weber brothers. In fact, he's about 21, roughly 21. He was born in 94. I don't know his exact birth date. There's a good curve on the first pitch, and it's in for a strike. That's an important pitch for Wolf to be able to find.
Yeah, you got to like what you see so far if you're Coach Ryan Bollinger. He's been around the zone. He's been getting weak contact. Couple base runners, but got out of it. Really important to put up a 0 in that first inning. Had a rough start in Heidenheim last time. You're always going to feel a little bit more comfortable at home as a pitcher. Heidenheim's a tough place to pitch.
There's a hard ground ball on 1 hop to Cal Murphy. He throws to first, and it's dug out by Wallace. And he keeps his foot on the bag. That was a good play on both ends, as Murphy nearly rushed that throw a little bit. Weber was getting down the line.
Yeah, good dig there by David Wallace at first base to pick him up.
Take another look at that on the replay. It was 3 consecutive breaking balls to start inning with a young pitcher. That's something Daniel Wolf is going to have to learn how to do. And so far, he did it successfully there. So now Yannick Weber steps up to the plate.
And he's got a good fastball, but he's not the kind of pitcher. There's very few pitchers in this league who can just come out and throw fastballs right down the middle. He's got to use that off-speed pitch. Really good that it's integrated early.
By the way, my math skills are way off. Danilo Weber, born in 94. Definitely not 21 years old.
Yeah, I didn't want to call you out on that, to be honest.
You know what? You should definitely call me out on that stuff, because this is one of the things that I struggle with when I'm sitting up here. Pitch was low, and the count was 2-0 on Yannick. Yannick was born in 2000, so he's 23, we presume. I don't know if his birthday has yet passed. He's either 22 or 23. And then his older brother is 29 or 28. Right? Do I have that right? Hilgard, you will correct me, I'm sure. 3-0. And there's a strike. Janis Weber. That's another confusing thing. Okay, my apologies. Janis Weber, Yannick Dens, and Yannick Witt. So Janis Weber. I'm going to have to make a note. Thank you, Helgard, for the correction. Meanwhile, Wolf came back from down 3-0 to strike out Janis Weber. That is the third strikeout for young Mr. Daniel. And he's got the first 2 up and 2 down.
Looks a lot more comfortable, of course, here at home, pitching on his home mound. He was also able to get in a start last weekend, I believe, in Freising. Really important, really good job by the coaching staff of the Disciples, I think, to get him right back out on the mound after that rough start in Heidenheim, get some of that confidence back so he can come out here, give the guys a chance to win today.
Benedict Schaefer swings and fouls away the first pitch. Schaefer is the number 9 hitter. And he is 4 for 10 in the early going. So with 7 runs batted in, that actually leads the Stuttgart Reds. Batting 9th. That means they had a lot of base runners in some of those games. There's a swing and a foul on a curve, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, they've had no trouble scoring runs so far this year. Looks like production up and down the lineup.
Wolf way out in front, 0-2. And that one in the dirt. Good block by Thorpe. No offer, of course, by Schaefer. Schaefer, the center fielder. So the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, there's some folks in the chat lamenting the disappearance of the Auckland Tuatara. Yeah, the ABL was really a beacon of light for us here when the weather is dark and rainy in Germany. There's another ground ball to short. Murphy throws him out. And so a 1-2-3 inning for Daniel Wolf here in the top of the second inning. We'll continue the conversation, I guess, about baseball around the world as we go to the bottom of the second. No score here in Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wild. We get ready to begin play in the bottom of the second inning. No score. John Eichel Acosta threw only 14 pitches, 8 of which were strikes in the first inning. He got 2 ground balls and retired the Disciples in order. So in this inning, it's going to be Nate Sean Thomas and Nick Michelli and Simon Lechner. Nate Thomas, the switch hitter, batting from the left side against the right-hander Acosta. And the pitch is on the inside corner for strike, 0-1. Infield straight away. The outfield is shading Nate to pull. Center fielder Schaefer is about 5 steps to the right of center field. And he does pull it through the hole into right field. And that's the first base hit, first base runner for the Disciples. A clean single to right off the bat of Nate Thomas. And that will bring up Nick Michelli. Michelli is 3 out of 17 so far this year. He does have a double. The Disciples as a team have 1 triple, no home runs, so they've been lacking some bop. Michelli looks at a strike on the first pitch fastball. Nate Thomas on first base is a guy who will try to steal.
He's got a few stolen bases in this league, career-wise, 143 to his name.
As Acosta looks him back to the bag. Oh and 1. And Acosta steps off again.
And I think this is our first opportunity to see if Ryan Bollinger's going to put anything on here. Is he going to hit and run? Is he going to give guys the green light to steal? Let's see.
And he's not going. The pitch is popped up on the infield. And Xavi Gonzalez behind the bag at second makes the call and the catch. So Michelli pops out for out number 1.
It's almost one of those plays where you want to let that drop and get Nate Thomas out at second
trade,
base. What do you think?
Trade the faster base runner for the slower. Yeah.
Michelli's still a very good base runner, but if you can get Thomas off the base there, it's also good to just catch the ball.
Yes, that's
and not
true.
overthink things.
You don't want to start playing funny business this early in a game, unless you're super confident. And there's a lollipop tossed over to first base behind Nate Thomas.
Leave it to us to overthink things. If you're a player out there, just go out and play the game hard.
Yeah, Simon Lechner is the hitter. He's the designated hitter. And again, boy, Acosta is very concerned with Nate Thomas at first base. So let's see. It's almost like Thomas has to run at this point. He is going now. The pitch is swung on and cued to third. Gloved there by the third baseman, Weber. His throw to first is in time, but Thomas is out taking third base on the play. And that's a double play to end the inning. Looked like he was safe initially and then came off the bag. And so
tough to see there with so many moving parts towards third there. Umpire's got to hustle down to third. It's a very unusual play. Tough call.
It looked like the play went 5-3-6, and now Ryan Bollinger wants to get the explanation from Tupic whether he was out to begin with or whether he was out after he came off the bag. But the inning is over, and this call is not going to get overturned. I'm not foreseeing that. So it's a double play, and we will go to the third inning. No score. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. When I forgot my cable at home. We move to the top of the third inning here in Haar. No score. Daniel Wolf pitched a 1-2-3 second inning after straining the bases loaded in the first. And now he'll deal with the top of the order again. Xavi Gonzalez, Jonas van Bergen, and Daniel Abiles Gonzalez singled to start the game. It was a solid base hit after fouling off a number of pitches. And so here we go for the third. And the curve is inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. So that play to end the bottom of the second inning, I'll describe it one more time. Here's the 1-0 pitch coming. Curve, and that's a good one, 1-1. The runner, Nate Thomas, was going on the play. Simon Lechner hit a little ground ball to third that was fielded by Danilo Weber. He made a nice play, threw out Lechner at first, and then Thomas was trying to make it all the way to third on the play, and he was thrown out by the first baseman, Moritz van Bergen. There's a line drive to right field. Going back on this one is Michelli, and he makes a leaping grab. Nice play by Nick Michelli. This is his first start in right field, I believe. Another well-struck ball off the bat of Gonzalez, but it's fly out number 1.
That's a big catch there. That's if that ball gets over his head, it's extra bases, double or triple. Start of a big inning there. Defense has really been helping Wolf early on here so far, and hopefully they can keep it going.
And so 1 down for Jonas van Bergen, who struck out on 3 pitches in the first inning. And he cues that one foul, strike 1. And Michelli has proved himself to be a very versatile player. He can play on the infield, he can pitch, he can catch, and now we can see that he can play right field too. It's pretty much everything.
Jack of all trades.
There's the 1 strike pitch, and that one catches the inside corner. Now, Van Bergen has seen 5 pitches. All of them have been strikes. And the 0-2. Just missed, but that was a well-placed fastball. When you're ahead 0-2, sometimes you want to see if the hitter will go fishing, and Van Bergen did not.
Yeah, good to mix a ball in there. If all you've thrown to a batter is strikes, you want to expand the zone a little bit.
The 1-2 pitch. Curveball got him for the second time. Daniel Wolf now with 4 strikeouts in the first 2 2/3 innings. Taking another look. It's got to be a confidence builder for the young right-hander.
For sure.
And so 2 down for Daniel Abiles. Abiles struck out looking his first time. Two down, top of the third, first of a doubleheader. Remember, this is a 7-inning game. When the Bundesliga decided that they would do 7-inning doubleheaders.
Those 7 innings games, they feel so short. Feels like you blink and you're in the 5th or 6th inning sometimes.
There's the 1-0. Line drive right to Murphy at short, and that's out number 3. Hit off the end of the bat, I believe, from Abiles. So Daniel Wolf now has retired the last 7 batters he's faced. We go to the bottom of the third. No score here in Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We get ready to begin play here in the bottom of the third inning. The Haar Disciples have sent the minimum up against John Eichel Acosta. They do have a base hit, but Thomas was erased on that 5-3-6 double play to end last inning. And so it's going to be 7-8-9, David Wallace, Miguel Pinheiro, and Niels Schmidt. Wallace this year is 0 for 4, so he has had limited playing time. Right-hand hitter, and he looks at a fastball in there for a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, David Wallace, longtime disciple, going all the way back to 2014 with the first league club.
Yeah, he often catches. He's the backup catcher to Will Thorpe. The pitch is upstairs.
Yeah, and you often see him utilized, especially in doubleheaders, but looks like Thorpe is going to catch it all today.
There's the pitch. Just missed the corner, and the count 2-1. Wallace leading off the third inning, and he takes ball 3 outside, 3-1. Now, you know, Acosta, in his 10 innings pitched prior, he had walked only 3 batters.
Yeah, he's a strike thrower. He's living down in the zone, gets the defense involved. Exactly what you want from a first-game pitcher.
And the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Looked like he took something off that. And Wallace with that big windmill, swinging through it. Full count now. And that's cued foul behind the plate. Wallace stays alive.
Almost sounded like a broken bat, but looks all right there. Costa's got good sink or glove arm side run to his fastball, which translates usually into a lot of ground balls. So
the full count pitch, strike 3 called. Fastball in the outside corner, and Wallace is gone for out number 1. Well, Acosta not really messing around, just went right after him with a fastball, and Wallace takes it for strike 3, and that's the way the third inning begins. That is the second strikeout for John Eichel Acosta. Miguel Pinheiro steps up to the plate. He's another longtime disciple. Former Garking Atomic, if I remember that correctly.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure we have some stats on that. He was a pitcher, I think, for Garching.
I've seen him pitch for Haar, I believe.
Yes, he has.
And the next one, that's popped foul out of play, 0-2. He's also gotten some very big clutch hits in the past.
Yes, yes, he has. There's some guys who just, at all the big moments, they seem to be there. They're like a Forrest Gump of big baseball moments. I don't know.
0-2. And he lines it up the middle. There's a base hit for Pinheiro. Second of the game for the Disciples. And he's aboard with 1 out. That was solid contact. Take another look at the pitch. It was on an 0-2 pitch, so generally speaking, I mean, that was right in the middle of the plate. It looked like maybe a little cutter or a slider. It had backwards movement to it. Yeah, but it was right in the hitting zone.
Caught a little too much of the plate there for 0-2, but Costa's going to come right at guys. He's not wasting a whole lot of time here. Getting balls in play, getting his defense to help him out.
Niels Schmidt steps up to the plate. Helgard, I see your question. Yes, Miguel Pinheiro is a pesky hitter, just like Philip Schultz in Heidenheim. There's a strike to Niels Schmidt. If you'd like to communicate with us, you can do so by typing into the chat on the YouTube stream. Just have to be logged in to do that. The pitch is high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Natürlich könnt ihr alle Fragen auch auf Deutsch stellen und ich versuche auf Englisch zu antworten. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 for Schmidt.
Schmidt's got an interesting stat line so far this year. No hits on the year, but his on-base percentage is .474.
That's a fun fact.
Yeah. Not often do you see something like that.
How many walks does he have?
He's got 7 so far this year.
Well, that'll do it.
And 2 hit by pitches.
Maybe he can reach on catcher's interference just to add something something new to the mix. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And again, a hard stuff from Acosta results in a strikeout, second one of the inning. So Pinheiro now, actually that was a breaking ball. Maybe a changeup, looked like it was diving down and in. I didn't notice that till I looked at it from the center field angle. That was a real, maybe it even looked like a splitter. Did you see that, Alex? Let me show you again.
Did not catch it, yeah.
Here it is again. This is the last pitch that we just saw.
Yeah, splitter or changeup. Definitely had that movement.
So now Joe Rosenthal for the second time. The sun is coming out. Rosenthal bunting for a hit with 2 outs, and it goes foul. Strike one. Boy, the sun is coming out. Those are words I did not think I was going to say today. Pinheiro at first base. There are 2 down. Pinheiro not normally a base stealer, but he's a good base runner. You might see him take off just to try to create some action. The Disciples have been thwarted at just about every turn when they try to score runs lately. And the pitch hit off the end of the bat in the air to center field. Going back is Schaefer. He's got it, and that's out number 3. Rosenthal actually gave it a pretty good ride, but he didn't quite get it on the sweet spot.
Yeah. About 5 or 6 steps back for the center fielder there.
No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base at the end of 3 complete here in Game 1. We're almost halfway through Game 1. No score. This is Our Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the top of the 4th inning, and suddenly it feels a lot more festive here in the ballpark. There are happy dogs running around encircling us and filling our broadcast booth with happy dog joy. And that's not a euphemism. That's actually what they're doing. There's no accidents or anything have taken place. We have a scoreless ball game, and we have a little bit of sunshine, which is nice. Daniel Wolf had a shaky beginning, but he's pitched scoreless 3 innings. He will deal with the middle of the order, 4, 5, and 6. Yannick Dentz, Dustin Ward, and Moritz van Bergen. And he pumps a strike in there. He's been doing that quite a lot so far in this game, which is why we are still scoreless. 0-1 to Yannick Dentz, whose first time hit a single. He hit that little blooper, and now he rolls 1 foul. He's behind 0-2. Give a shout out to Devin Ramirez-Beaver watching the game. After another successful game day with Regensburg yesterday, boy, they are on a walk-off roll. Yep. They've had, I think, 3 walk-off wins. Yeah,
man, they play with a lot of confidence in that ballpark. As an opposing coach, player, I can tell you coming into that ballpark is a tough place to play.
0-2, and that curveball is high. Looked like Wolf maybe dropped down a bit too far on that. 1-2. And we also wanted to mention, in between innings, you and I, Alex, we were sort of marveling at the game last night. The ageless wonder, Inorbel Marquez.
Oh, yeah, what a game. I watched most of it.
150 pitches, I think he threw.
155, yeah.
There's a curveball that's high, 2-2.
In a duel with a former disciple, yep. Titus von Kopp.
Titus von Kopp threw a really good game as well for the Bonn Capitals, but Berlin defeating them 4-3 on the shoulders of the ageless wonder, Inorbel Marquez.
Yeah. Hard luck loss there for Titus. I think he had 11 Ks in 6 innings. Pitched really well, but Berlin came out on top.
There's a foul off the hands of Dents, and it hits the net and is nearly one-handed by Dustin Ward, waiting in the odd net circle. So the count still 2-2. And Marquez, I think, Marquez is the only pitcher in the history of the modern Bundesliga to throw a 9-inning perfect game. There's a swing and a fly ball to left field, shallow. Neil Schmidt waiting for it to come down, and he one-hands it.
He's also coming up on 100 career starts.
Which is amazing when you think that, you know, there were about 6 years where he pitched in Italy. So he has not spent his entire career in the Bundesliga.
Yeah, phenomenal career stats, 75 wins, 17 losses, a career ERA of 1.83 over 11 seasons in the first Bundesliga.
But if you look at the list of the top pitchers, and this, of course, we should give a shout-out to Ty Erickson because it's because of his stats database that we can even look all this stuff up and compare things. But if you look up pitchers and then sort by just the number of seasons, but then you can also set innings limits, or not innings minimums is what I'm trying to say. So you can sort of weed out the guys that, you know,
1 inning,
played
3
1
Ks
inning or whatever. Yeah, but like the top of the Bundesliga, you have Eugen Heilmann, you have Mike Bolsenbrook, you have Inorbel Marquez, you have Andre Hughes. Bolsenbrook, I think, has almost double the innings as Marquez.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but Marquez has been, I think his career ERA is under 2, if I remember correctly.
1.83.
2 balls and 1 strike on Dustin Ward, by the way, who hit a little excuse me single to the shortstop, and now he lines one over the shortstop's head into the gap in left center field, cut off by Rosenthal. Ward is going to stop at first base, although the throw coming back to the infield skipped away from both Murphy and Thomas, but it was backed up by Daniel Wolf. No harm, no foul. That's a hard single for Dustin Ward. So now he's got 1 bloop and 1 rocket. Take another look at this. Oh, that was the previous pitch. I forgot to cue up the replay. You'll just have to take my word for it, folks, if you missed it. It was a line drive.
Yeah, line drive over shortstop.
Yeah, give a shout out to Ty Erickson, who's watching. Yeah, folks, go check out Ty's website if you want to have some fun with the Bundesliga stats. TyErickson.com. There's a strike to Moritz von Bergen. The link is also on the Bundesliga homepage, but it's kind of hard to find.
Incredible collection of stats there. If you're interested in baseball, Bundesliga stats.
There's a pop-up on a breaking ball, shallow right field, long run for Thomas and Michelli. It's Michelli who makes the call. And the catch in fair territory for out number 2.
You can spend hours on that website is what I was going to say, looking at Marquez Ramirez's stats from Solingen Alligators in 2008 in the first Bundesliga.
That's the year I believe he threw the perfect game as well.
Wouldn't surprise me. 13-1 with a 1.01 ERA, 116 innings pitched, 136 Ks.
And last night he threw 150 pitches, and I don't think anybody batted an eye. Inorbel Marquez at the age of, I believe, 48. Is he 48? There's a pitch loud down low to Danilo Weber. I mean, if you make it that far and that long and with that much success, you can throw 250 pitches. It's fine. Do it.
Yeah.
1-0 to Danilo Weber. 2 down. And the pitch is high, 2-0. Ward is the runner at first base. He singled.
And I'm throwing it out there, too. That's an early candidate for Spieler der Woche.
Sure, yeah. Why not? Wouldn't be the first time probably for him either.
Getting the win against Bonn, a 4-3 game. It's a big win for Berlin.
There's the pitch. Fly ball, center field, and deep. Rosenthal turned around, and now he's stopped and makes the catch. But that was one of those cases where he just turned around and ran to where he thought the ball was going to be, and he was right. He made a very good catch. That's not easy.
And that ball's gone in Stuttgart.
Yep, that is also true. So we go to the bottom of the 4th inning here in Haar. No score. Good ball game again brewing here. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu.
für unsere Nummer 26 jetzt am Schlag. Kellen.
We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. No score. Untitled Acosta locking horns with Daniel Wolf. Stuttgart, no runs, 4 hits. Haar, no runs, 2 hits. And it's the first of a doubleheader on what's turning into a pleasant afternoon. The skies are much brighter. The rain has stopped. There's no wind, so it's not brutally cold back here.
Yeah, this is nice. And this game's cooking along.
And Cal Murphy takes a strike on the first pitch. Murphy hit the ball hard, but it was right to the shortstop, Xavi Gonzalez.
Feels like one of those games where it's going to be decided by a clutch hit or a big hit or an error or something small, the way it's going right now.
That's how most of the Haar Disciples games have felt the past couple of weeks.
And the added layer is the 7-inning game.
Yeah, this game gets late quick.
Yeah.
And the pitch fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cal Murphy.
I think it makes a bigger difference in game 2, the 7-inning game, especially with imports pitching normally for most teams in the second game.
Yeah, you're more likely to see complete games there, I guess. As a strikeout of Murphy, another pitch diving down and away from Acosta.
And I always felt it was that psychological factor when a guy like Jared Mortensen or Caleb Bowman, one of those established stars, just, they get on the mound and they say, hey, I'm going complete game no matter what here.
Yep. So Will Thorpe will step up to the plate with 1 out, nobody on base. Thorpe is 0 for 1. Also grounded out to shortstop his first time. And Acosta has been in command since the beginning of this game. Only a couple singles allowed. That's a ball outside. One base runner was erased, so the Disciples are only 1 above the minimum, and time has been called.
Thorpe trying to throw off his timing a little bit there. Acosta looks real comfortable in a groove on the mound out there, so a little bit of gamesmanship, trying to get him out of his groove.
There's a strike in the outside corner. I saw a comment, somebody commenting on Inorbel Marquez that he's a Hall of Famer without a doubt. I agree, for sure.
First ballot.
There's a foul ball. And, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the German Hall of Fame, there's really not a lot of people in it. There's maybe 10. And most of them, I think some of the original Mannheim Tornadoes players are in that. And I think, George Bull, the former national team coach, that's I think the most recent inductee from what I remember. It's not like the U.S. where they have a new class inducted every year. But it would be kind of nice, when you think about it. Marquez, for sure.
Could get a Cooperstown, Germany, or equivalent of Cooperstown.
Yeah. Solingen, I guess. I don't know. Small town Germany that has nothing to do with the origin of baseball. I mean, Mannheim, really. Mannheim is where baseball really started in Germany. Yeah. So you would want it to be in Mannheim, I think. They play in Roberto Clemente Field. They're the oldest, longest continuous running. There's a hard shot, but it's pulled foul by Thorpe. The count is still 3 balls and 2 strikes. I mean, Bolsenbrook would be in the Hall of Fame for sure.
Göring.
Max Bolt as well with Mainz.
Simon Göring.
Yep, Göring. Heck, Gary Owens.
There's a lot of
a lot of guys. Philip Hofschild, I believe, a pitcher from the Regensburg Legionnaire.
For sure.
I mean, there's some legacy. Andre Hughes, maybe. 3-2. Ball 4 is taken inside. Acosta thought maybe he'd get the call, but Thorpe takes the walk, and that's the first base on balls issued by Untitled Acosta. Take another look at this 3-2 pitch. Running inside, and Thorpe letting it go. He's on first base. And now Nate Thomas, who had the Disciples' first hit, he singled sharply through the right side in the second inning. 1 on, 1 out. And a line drive down the left field line. If it stays fair, it's trouble. And it's foul just barely.
Third base coach Lukas Steinlein was trying to will that foul, but just faded off out of play.
Strike 1 on Nate Thomas. Boy, that would have definitely been a run, I think. But it was about 3 feet to the left of the foul line, so it's a long strike.
If it had not gone out of play, there's an invisible line from the batting cage to the fence, which rarely comes into play, but it could have helped the Reds there had that ball stayed fair. 0-1
to Nate Thomas. And now the curveball is high and outside. I saw Louis von Kopf. I saw your comment. The camera switched immer wieder rum. Ist da irgendwas falsch eingestellt? No, the problem is that when the center field camera zooms in from that far away, it sometimes tries to focus on the fence. And it's switching back and forth between focusing on the fence or focusing on the players, and that's what causes that little glitch. And I have not yet figured out how to stop that from happening. So my apologies to that, but you know, at least it works. It's one of the few working cameras I still have. 2-1, and the pitch is taken high. That's ball 3. So Thomas now with a hitter's count.
And it looks like they're staying away from him. And Thomas is really good at adjusting to shoot the ball the other way. He's got out of the park power to his pull side when he hits left-handed, but he's also got a very good swing when he wants to shoot the ball to the left side.
And they were playing way off the line and left. And that ball is popped fouling out of play, and Nate had a good pitch to hit, I think, on that one.
Let's see if Bollinger puts the runner in motion here. 3-2 count, 1 out, good hitter at the plate.
Yeah, if you're going to try it, I mean, this is the part of the lineup where you would want to try it. Nate Thomas, one of your best hitters. Got to have faith that he will put the ball in play. Thorpe is going, and the pitch is popped foul out of play. So we will do it again. So you were right.
Yeah, I like that move. It's aggressive. Want to get on the board early. Not early. We're halfway through the game here. Feels early in the game, but you want to get on the board first, make something happen. Team's been struggling to score runs earlier this year. Got to take it in your own hands sometimes.
Thomas again checking the signs. Thorpe was going on the last pitch. Will he be going again here? And Acosta stepped off.
He's very aware of the runners, which, yeah, sometimes inhibits your ability to throw strikes, but he's been all around the zone today, so I don't think that's playing a factor.
He's not going, and that pitch is taken for ball 4. And so the Disciples have 2 runners on 2 walks. First time they've had a runner in scoring position in this ball game.
Very close pitch.
Yeah, very close. Let's watch it again. That's a tough one to take, but Thomas letting it go by. And so Nick Michelli, who popped out his first time with a chance to give the Disciples a lead. That's something they have not had much of in recent weeks. They have held some leads, but they would be immediately relinquished. And so that would be a huge thing if he could get a hit right here for the Disciples. That's outside, ball 1. Acosta, who breezed through the first 3, now has walked 2 in this inning. And he's going to tie his shoe. We are in the bottom of the 4th inning. Scoreless game, game 1 of a doubleheader. And the 1-0 pitch to Michelli. Upstairs, 2-0.
It's a big moment here. Could break it open. Could be a double play to end the inning.
Well, you see the intense look of the sign, of course, going through a series of signs with the runner at second base. Line drive, base hit, left center field. Thorpe had to make sure it would fall in. He's being waved around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. He is in time as the ball squirted past the catcher, and now both runners end up at second and third. The Disciples lead 1-0 on an RBI single off the bat of Nick Michelli. That was huge. And so that might be an error on the catcher as well that allowed the runners to move up. He tried to one-hand it as the ball came in. It was a good throw by the center fielder, Schaefer, a little bit up the line. And Abiles tried to glove it and then reach forward to swipe tag Thorpe on the way by, but he did not have the ball in his glove, and that allowed the two base runners to move up. So we'll see how that whole thing gets scored, but the Disciples importantly lead 1-0.
And they got a chance to get two more there with the runners moving up. Michelli into scoring position. Good spot here for Simon Lechner to shoot one to the left side. He's got that good approach.
And the corners are in, but up the middle they are playing back. They will concede a run. There's a strike on the first pitch. 0-1. 1-0 Disciples, 2 walks and a single. That ball was well hit by Michelli.
Sometimes when you're a little flustered as a pitcher, you have the tendency to lay one a little too good over the plate.
As a ground ball up the middle, slowly hit, it'll bring home a run. There's only one play to first base, and it's made by Weber. Coming home, Nate Sean Thomas, and it is 2-0 Disciples on the RBI ground out off the bat of Simon Lechner.
Good team at bat there from Simon Lechner. It's a ground out, but an RBI. Doing his job, getting the guy in.
And so Michelli moves to third. And the hitter is David Wallace, and Acosta again going from the full windup. Now he pounds the outside corner with a fastball for strike one. So both of the walks have come around to score. Wallace called time.
7-inning game. I always think it plays a huge factor, but especially today.
Yeah.
I mean, Stuttgart has 9 outs left.
Yeah, you're right.
We're going to go to the 5th inning, top of the 5th after this. Yeah, it just seems like the game slips away or moves along so fast. I'm not a huge fan of it, as you guys can tell.
No, I'm not either. The pitch is outside. You also got to figure from the perspective of developing pitching, you got to find innings for all the young pitchers to pitch.
Yeah.
And if they took away a bunch of innings.
I mean, I like if I'm coaching a team that has no depth in pitching, I, of course, like it. But most teams have trouble getting guys in.
The 2-1. Slow roller towards short. This is going to be a tough play. Gonzalez charges, bare hands, throws, and gets him. An excellent play by Xavi Gonzalez that ends the inning and prevents a third run from coming home. And I forgot to hit the button, so you didn't see it. My apologies. Great play by Xavi Gonzalez. Ends the inning.
Yeah, bare hand on the run there. It's a big play to minimize. 2
runs, 1 hit, possibly an error. I will double-check that later. There was 1 man left on base. We go to the 5th inning. It is 2-0 Haar. This is Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu.
Yeah.
We are ready for the top of the 5th inning here in Haar. The Disciples pushing across 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th. They lead this game 2-0. Daniel Wolf back out there. He has allowed only 1 base runner since he escaped a bases loaded jam in the 1st inning. That was last inning a single to Dustin Ward, and now it's going to be Janis Weber, Benedict Schaefer, and then the top of the order, Xavi Gonzalez, 8, 9, and 1.
Yeah, Wolf's really settled in nicely here today.
And the first pitch, bunt is shown. The fastball's high. 1 ball and no strikes. Weber struck out in the 2nd inning.
it's going to be interesting to see how Bollinger manages from here on out with the bullpen.
And he shows bunt again, and the pitch is low. Nope, it's in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
It doesn't look like Steinlein or Michelli are active today. So let's see who he puts his trust in if he has to go to the bullpen.
There's the 1-1. And a good curve in there for strike 2. That one had real sharp break. That was maybe the sharpest one I've seen him throw today.
Yeah.
Confidence growing, perhaps. 1 and 2. Just missed the outside corner. You can hear the encouraging of his disciples' teammates, even on a well-located pitch that's outside of the strike zone. You got to like what you're seeing from Daniel Wolf. That's a fair ball in front of the plate, and it was picked up by Thorpe. He tags out Weber. A little squibber came to rest in fair territory. We can see it clearly from here. And now they're going to check with the umpires.
I don't know what what he would check with.
He's going to say it hit him in the foot. And now they're appealing. And here comes Ryan Bollinger. Let's watch this on the replay. That did not hit him in the foot. No chance.
That just cratered like a golf ball in the sand, it looked like.
Yep. And Ryan Bollinger is out there to preemptively keep his other players from getting ejected. You know, we saw the disciples got burned by some umpire calls last weekend.
Yeah.
And I suspect that their tolerance for that sort of thing is not going to be high today. But that was very clearly a fair ball.
And it was called right away by home plate umpire.
Chupich called it correctly. He was on it. They're going to call it a foul ball.
Wow. Oh,
so,
my goodness.
So this is the third time we've seen the disciples on the wrong end of an overturned call. Now Bollinger is saying, what happened? Like, why do you change it? You were so sure. We're going to show you again because, you know, this is what we do. And we're not here to pile on the umpires, but that ball clearly fell right in front of the plate. It was in fair territory. We could see from where we are that it was in front of the plate. It was a fair ball for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to hit a ball off your foot and then have it stick right in front of the plate like that. I mean, anything's possible. But, yeah, like I said, we're not here to rip on the umpires. Umpiring is incredibly tough.
Yeah.
But you don't get redos.
Nope.
You call it, you see it, you live with it. I understand getting together to make the right call sometimes, but you don't get redos.
And in that case, there's nobody who has a better view of it than Vlado Chupich. Anyway, the count is 2-2, and there's another pulled foul. That one very well may have hit him in the leg. So Weber gets a gift.
Yeah, second life here. Going back to Daniel Wolf, though, really important that he got out of that jam in the first inning. That's you can really see the effects of that now, especially for his confidence.
And he struck him out. And, you know, that's another aspect of this because things like that are going to happen, right? Everybody makes mistakes.
Yep,
Wolf makes mistakes. The hitters make mistakes. The umpires make mistakes. And you got to deal with it. And Daniel Wolf just did, and that's what you like to see.
Yeah. It'd be easy there to blow your top and get thrown out of the game, but showing a lot of maturity there, especially from the coaches and the veteran players, the hard disciples, to keep your calm, come back, get the guy out.
And send out Benedict Schaefer, the number 9 hitter, who grounded out his first time, takes a curveball that's low. 1 ball, no strikes. And he swings very late on an upstairs fastball. But, you know, yeah, like I firmly believe that the truly great players, they can always they can let that stuff slide right off their backs. And they don't look for an excuse to whatever. Something goes wrong, you never know. That's an excellent breaking ball, by the way, from Wolf. Strike 2.
You see it every now and then in the MLB. Sorry. But, yeah, the best guys are able to move past it, control what they can control.
There's the 1-2, and a beauty. Boy, that one just fell to the ground like a bag of rocks. I mean, that was just a top-notch curveball from Daniel Wolf. Take a look at this. That's a thing of beauty. Drops the hammer. Schaefer just walks away. He knew it.
Yeah.
So now Xavi Gonzalez, Wolf really pitching a fantastic game. Even in the first inning when he had the bases loaded, there were 2 bloopers in there.
Yeah, exactly. And he didn't let it get to him. Kept doing his thing, and it's paid off.
Yep. I should point out also, Vlado Čupić is really, he's one of the more reliable umpires. So, you know, everybody's gonna miss one every now and then. But that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything else about umpires because people
we'll let that get
freak
sorted
out
out
over
in the
that.
chat. We'll let that get sorted out in the
exactly.
chat. There's always a
always
lot of comments
somebody
about that.
commenting on it. Here's a curveball inside, spinning out of the way of Gonzalez. 1-1. Yeah, Wolf really has found his curveball. And let's take a look at his pitch count.
It was 59 coming into this inning. So.
He's now at 71 after that curveball that missed low and outside. 2 balls and a strike on Gonzalez. So he's in very good shape.
Yeah, up to this point, there's no, I don't see not a ton of action going down in the Haar bullpen there. Obviously, you got to be prepared, but he's done his job so far.
And the pitch. That's off the plate outside. 3-1. And upstairs, and Gonzalez draws a 2-out walk. And a glimmer of hope. You now have the power of Jonas van Bergen stepping up to the plate, representing the tying run. Van Bergen has struck out twice against Wolf. And a chance for Stuttgart. Remember, this is a 7-inning game, so we are in the late innings already.
Yeah.
Here in the top of the 5th.
And Wolf's had his number so far, but this is 3rd time through the lineup.
And that pitch missed outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Daniel also, that time, I think it looked like he went to a little bit of a shorter leg kick with the runner Gonzalez on first base. Gonzalez is a guy who likes to go. Trailing by 2, though, I don't think he'll go unless he's absolutely sure he can get second base, says Wolf thinking along with us.
Yeah, you're running out of outs here for Stuttgart. You don't want to give one away on the bases, especially when it's not tying run.
1-0 to Jonas van Bergen. There goes a fake, rather, of Gonzalez, and van Bergen swings through the fastball. He's swung through a lot of pitches. I think of all the Stuttgart hitters, van Bergen has the most swing and misses today. Haven't been keeping track of that. I'm just sort of
Timcast.
Timcast, yeah. That doesn't mean he can't run into one, though. He's a very good hitter.
Yep.
Now the runner's going. The pitch is popped up. Foul territory off to the right. Wallace over near the dugout. That ball's over the other side and out of play. Strike 2 on Jonas van Bergen. So Wolf, a strike away from getting through 5 shutout innings. This ball game started an hour and 20 minutes ago.
There's been some quick ones. Stuttgart has played a lot of 7-inning, some 7-inning games this year, and I've seen some that game time's like 2 hours, 1 minute or something.
Yeah.
And that makes sense with Acosta. He works very fast, gets a lot of balls in play.
Wolf taking his time getting the sign from Thorpe. Still has not come to the set position. Now he does. Gonzalez stretches his lead. He's not going, and the pitch is swung on and cued past the mound, charged on by Thomas, who glove flips it to Murphy on the bag, almost shoveled it over his head, but they do get the out at second base on the force. So the play goes 4-6.
Very cheeky play there.
Yeah.
Flash in the leather, Nate Thomas. I tell you right now, they are not playing like an 0-6 team right now.
They have looked very good the last few weeks. They just had nothing to show for it. So let's see what happens. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Haar. It is the Disciples 2, the Stuttgart Reds nothing. Haar Disciples Baseball is brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Folks, if I may interject for just a moment in your day, I want to do something I never do, and that is self-promote my jazz album. Some of you might be fans of jazz, and so you can find my new record on Spotify, all the streaming services. It's been out since February, and it's doing pretty well, and we've had some good concerts. So if you like that sort of thing, feel free to check it out. Add me on all the streaming platforms. And that's going to be your jazz public service announcement for today. We will be back for the bottom of the 5th inning, coming up in just another couple of minutes. We are ready for the bottom of the 5th inning. 2-0 Stuttgart. Remember, this is a 7-inning game. And John Eichel Acosta going back to work against Miguel Pinheiro. 8-9-1. Pinheiro, Schmidt, and then Rosenthal. The first pitch was a strike to Miguel. And Acosta wants Abiles to go through the signs again. And the next one coming. Tapped foul, 0-2. Good breaking ball. Acosta has pitched very well. Through 4 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. He's only thrown 64 pitches. But he was just he was victimized by the 2 walks last inning.
A couple of real close calls.
Ground ball to second base. Funny hop before Janis Weber, but he's able to make the play to first base, and Pinheiro grounds out 4-3. That's 1 away.
And I hate to toot my own horn, Tim, and there's a lot of ball game left here, but I did say these games, 7-inning games, tight ball game, it's going to come down to a clutch hit or an error or a big hit.
Well, right now, Nick Michelli has that big hit, and then Simon Lechner with the RBI ground out. Neil Schmidt takes a pitch, and that is in there for strike 1 at the knees in the outside corner.
Who knows? Maybe somebody puts up a 6 spot next inning just to prove me wrong.
Well, that's often how it shakes out in the Bundesliga. You have these close games, and then the pitcher runs out of gas, and then you get the underbelly of the bullpen, and then it's suddenly 14 to whatever.
Which is why you don't really need the zombie runners.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to slide that in there.
Yes. 1-1. There's a mile-high pop-up on the right side of the infield. Weber calling for it, and he's got it for out number 2. Janis Weber, that is. The home run in an elevator shaft or a silo if you're from the Midwest.
I was waiting for it, yeah. I did not know about the Midwest reference, though.
Well, this is, I'm not from the Midwest, but, I have friends from there. So the top of the order, Joe Rosenthal will come up to the plate after 2 quick outs.
Maybe someone watching from the Midwest can enlighten us.
We had somebody watching from Boston, I believe, which is not the Midwest. I know that. There's a ground ball to third, fielded by Danilo Weber, and he throws him out. So the Weber brothers made all the plays this inning. Very quick inning.
I love seeing where people are watching from, by the way, in comments.
Feel free to remind us. There were some people watching from Boston. And
South Africa, I think.
Top of 6.
Somebody was talking about baseball in South Africa. Okay. I'm not sure if they were in there. Anyway, we are watching the game from right here, and we're having a blast. We hope you are too. It's time for the top of the 6th. You're zipping right along. Boy, it's only 1:30 p.m. Can you believe that?
Maybe 3.
Might be able to make it to the beer garden. Even then. We'll be back. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are getting ready for the bottom of the 5th inning. Excuse me, top of the 6th inning. And right, Boomer Saunders, of course, he's watching from South Africa. We already talked about that.
Yeah, that was in my mind. I'm sure Boomer is nice and relaxed, not stressing
in
at
any way.
all watching this game. Disciples trying to close it out, get their first victory of the year. Daniel Wolf has pitched an excellent game. Like I said, I'm sure he's just nice and relaxed, heart rate at a normal level, not fidgeting whatsoever.
Yeah, we got somebody possibly watching from Finland.
Yeah.
Came here last year for Konsta Kurikka, who was with the Disciples for a while. El Tozu. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, we got somebody from Arizona, Vanessa
Cool.
Abiles. I'm assuming you're here for Daniel Abiles, who is at the bat right now. Daniel, who is 0 for 2. He struck out looking and lined out hard. He also hit some balls hard in that first at-bat. And now we have Joe Rosenthal right in the picture. Perfect. Well, he'll move, presumably. There he goes, moving after a foul ball that is hit off to the right and out of play. This is what the Bundesliga is like. You got guys standing in front of the camera sometimes. Sometimes it's the center fielder. Sometimes it's the umpire. We're on screen sometimes. Wave to the camera, Alex. There we are. But it's a big family here in Germany. The league, the players, everybody knows each other.
Yep.
The count is 0-2 on Abiles.
And a lot of these guys play national teams together and have played in various tournaments, so you see a lot of familiar faces when you're at the ballpark.
There's the 0-2. That one's bounced in front of the plate. 1-2. And somebody from Heidenheim, Ghost 23. Oh, wait, who wears number 23 in Heidenheim? Come on. I wish I could tell you that without having to look it up on my laptop, which I'm too lazy to do. 1-2. The pitch curve is inside, 2-2. Well, Wolf came into this inning with 79 pitches. 51 had been strikes.
Yeah, you got to love to see Bollinger sticking with him. A lot of confidence in the young right-hander.
Yeah, air it out. See what happens here in the 6th. Probably, I presume, Steinlein would come in. That pitch is high, and the count now goes full, 3-2.
Let's see if Steinlein's active. He came out of the game last week with an apparent shoulder tightness.
That's right, yes.
So I think there's some question marks there.
Nick Michelli was late getting to right field. I wonder if he was throwing some bullpens. There's a fly ball to deep right field over the head of Michelli, and it one-hops the wall. Abiles racing to second base, and he will be in there with a leadoff double. And that gets a rise out of the Stuttgart bench. Abiles hit that ball very well to the opposite field. Stuttgart has a history of finding good hitting catchers. Drake Cerati a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Very good hitter.
Billy Germain.
That's right. And so a leadoff double, that is the first base runner, well, outside of the walk, that's the first hit since the 4th inning for Stuttgart.
And let's see here if Rick Jacques is feeling the heat, if he wants to put something on to make something happen here, or if he lets his guys swing away and do the job themselves.
Well, you got the cleanup hitter, Yannick Dentz. So breaking ball from Wolf. And now this inning, for the first time, we're starting to see Wolf miss his spot with that breaking ball. He really was excellent at hitting the glove in the first 5 innings. Maybe now a little bit of fatigue setting in. But, like you said, Bollinger leaving him out there. This is also an experience that Wolf needs to get. How to make pitches when you know you're starting to run out of gas.
Yeah. And that's a huge double by Abiles there to get this inning going. They needed to make some noise offensively, and that's what you want from your 3-hole hitter.
2-0. Abiles off second base, and there's a drive to right field again. Michelli way back. This ball is much higher, much further, and also one-hops the wall. Abiles was waiting to make sure it would drop in, and he's only going to make it to third base, even though that's a double. So very, very conservative base running. But Abiles was following the instructions of his coach, Rick Jacques, down the third baseline. And Stuttgart is in business. They have the tying runs in scoring position. Not often that you see 2 consecutive doubles not result in a run, but that's the case here. And Ryan Bollinger is coming out to the mound. That ball's gone in Stuttgart, by the way.
Yes.
as is probably Abiles. Stuttgart, they have a bandbox of a ballpark. Or, well, at least, well, actually, we don't know what the new stadium is like. But
I don't think they've done anything to the fence.
The field is the same, probably, right?
The
it's a small field. Anyway, Bollinger is out to the mound to have a chat with Daniel Wolf. We will see if he's going to stick with the young right-hander.
I like that base running by Abiles, by the way.
Yeah.
If he catches that ball, you have to be on third base.
Yeah, I agree.
You're on third with one out. Then if Rosenthal, who's an excellent center fielder, makes a catch up against the wall, you can't be halfway and then be at second base with one out. You got to be tag. Your default there when the ball is over the outfielder's head is to tag. You make the third, send one out. Worst case scenario, the ball drops, or it's not worst case scenario, but the ball drops. We got second and third, no outs.
And you're number 5
coming up. Yeah.
And Daniel Wolf is still in this game, so a vote of confidence by Ryan Bollinger.
Yeah. Yep.
Ward, who's been the nemesis of Daniel Wolf, he's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. A single here might tie the game. And the pitch, that's low, ball 1.
Like I said, Boomer Saunders' heart rate completely at a normal level.
Yeah, totally normal. I'm sure he's having a perfectly relaxing afternoon or morning. 1-0. Just off the plate outside, 2-0.
A little frustration there from Wolf. That's the first time I've ever seen him show any emotion on the mound. He's locked in right now. He wants it.
He has pitched a wonderful ball game thus far. And a good pitch, gets a swing and a miss over the top from Ward, who knew that he swung at a ball outside of the strike zone.
Gutsy pitch there, 2-0.
2 balls, 1 strike. There is nobody out. Tying runs are on second and third here in the 6th inning of a 7-inning game. And that missed low, 3 balls and a strike. On deck, Moritz van Bergen. There is activity in the Disciples bullpen, but we can't really see who. And now Ward calls time. Had something in his eye.
Got to think they're ready, whoever it is. They're hanging over the side of the fence there, just watching the game.
3-1. The infield, by the way, is playing halfway. And that is upstairs, ball 4. Stuttgart has the bases loaded and nobody out. And here comes Ryan Bollinger out of the dugout. And that will do it for Daniel Wolf. But regardless of what happens from here on out, he pitched a wonderful ball game.
Really needed that performance from him to, like you said, whatever happens, but to give the guys a chance to win today in this first game is all you can ask from your young starter like that, whose last game was in Heidenheim where he did not get through the first inning. Huge performance by him.
We're also getting a pinch runner. Fabian Beck is going to pinch run for Dustin Ward. So Ward's day in game 1 is over. He will then begin his preparations for pitching in game 2. Daniel Wolf gets a nice hand as he departs from the Haar fans. An excellent outing for the young right-hander. He pitches 5+ innings. And the book is still open on him, however. He gave up doubles to Abiles and Dents, and then a walk to Ward. And now the bases are loaded for the new pitcher, left-hander Sean Cowan. So we'll take a short break. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So the new pitcher for the Disciples is left-hander Sean Cowan, and he has pitched 4 1/3 innings. He has 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 hits, 2 runs. That's an ERA of 4.15. Obviously a small sample, and he inherits a tough situation with Abiles at third, Dents at second, and Fabian Beck, the pinch runner, is at first base.
Real tough spot to bring in a reliever, but you got to go to a guy you trust. Bollinger seems like he's got a lot of trust in Cowan, who's pitched well so far this year, and an excellent hitter at the plate, too, Moritz van Bergen.
And Thorpe is checking with Bollinger to see what the infielders should do. Looks like the corners are going to play in, and up the middle, the Disciples will try to turn a double play. Van Bergen is 0 for 2. He's lined out and flied out. He's got some power as well.
He's got power to all fields. Very talented young player.
And a balk has been called. That was called, I believe, from the first base umpire, Patrick Meister. Let's see what that was. And that's a run, so everybody moves up. Let's watch. Did he come to a stop? I don't know what I don't know what that.
Yeah, we're not on the field.
I guess he did. I guess he didn't come to a complete stop, but that's a balk. And so now it's 2-1, and the go-ahead run is in scoring position as Abiles scored. Dents and Beck, the base runners. That pitch does not count, so there's no count on Moritz van Bergen. Infield now completely in, and a swing and a miss. Strike 1. Well, you're supposed to come to a complete stop, and, you know, there were a few hitches in Cowan's glove as he comes to a rest, and the pitch is high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, and if you're Cowan,
I guess that's what it was.
Yeah, we can only speculate, but if you're Cowan, you got to shake that off and overcome and try to get Van Bergen out here.
Runners on second and third, nobody out. And a cue shot foul. That's strike 2, 1 and 2 to Moritz van Bergen, who was way out in front of that pitch. Well, Cowan definitely needs a strikeout here.
Cowan does have a very good changeup when he can command it that he'll use against righties. He's got that big looping curveball that he mostly throws to lefties. Will throw it backdoor to righties as well sometimes.
1 and 2. That was a curve, I believe, and it was down and in. 2 and 2. Well, the Disciples scored 2 runs in the 4th inning. And now here in the top of the 6th, Stuttgart has plated 1. The count is 2 and 2. Curveball hit in the air to deep left field. Back goes Schmidt. It's over his head, and it is up against the wall. 2 runs are going to score. Van Bergen is on his way to third base. Here's the throw. He is out at third base. That's the first out of the inning, and Stuttgart leads 3-2. That ball was launched deep into the atmosphere. That's another goner in Stuttgart. And
for sure.
One hopped the wall in the power alley in left center field. And both runs scored easily. So Moritz van Bergen doubles to drive home 2, but then he's thrown out. It looked like the throw went 7-6-5.
From Murphy.
Yep. And that's the first out of the inning, and now the bases are empty again. There's a foul ball on Danilo Weber, and it is 0-1.
Definitely hurts to give up the lead there, but if you're the Disciples, that's a big out at first base, or at third base, sorry. Big first out at third base.
Yeah. Now you can just start over and be like, all right, whatever, let's do it. The pitch is high. 1 ball and 1 strike. So those 3 runs are all charged to Daniel Wolf. So his final line, 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. But he pitched very well. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Very good piece of hitting by Van Bergen there. He got that curveball up, and he caught it out front and hit it pretty well.
Swing and a miss. And, you know, they say you're not supposed to make the first or the third out at third base, but in that situation, you saw Van Bergen get thrown out, and he just got up, and Rick Jacques was right there to shake his hand, say, good piece of hitting, bud. Way to be aggressive, and that's that. There's a line drive off the glove of Cowan, now charged by Murphy. The throw, not in time, very close.
Hell of a play by Murphy to make that close.
Really difficult play, and Cowan nearly caught that. It was hit sharply, but there's a base hit for Stuttgart. You see, he deflected it, and then the ball kind of died on the grass.
Always tough when pitchers insert themselves in there and sometimes mess up plays. Disciples have a very good staff of fielding pitchers, though, I will say that.
Yeah.
Some excellent athletes on the mound.
So that's the 4th hit in the inning. The Reds have not had cheap hits in this inning. And the curveball is outside.
Certainly not. They've responded.
No, that pitch was called a strike. Okay.
Called strike? Okay.
Jonas Weber, who squared to bunt.
On the okay.
And the pitch. That's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, they've really responded well here. Running, clock's ticking on this game, and yeah, Stuttgart with a big response.
That curveball missed inside in the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. 1 out, 3 in for Stuttgart. The Disciples held the lead for exactly 1 complete inning. And a swing and miss. Good fastball from Cowan. Cowan, when he changes speeds like that, he can get the ball by you, as he did there with Weber. 2-2. Swing and a miss, and a thought about throwing to first by Thorpe, but that's the 2nd out of the inning.
Yep.
As Weber strikes out. And now the number 9 hitter, Benedict Schaefer, will step up to the plate. Weber, by the way, is 0-for-3 with 3 strikeouts. Frustrating day for him. He's had some nice plays in the field, though. So Schaefer, 0-for-2, grounded out and struck out looking. That was, of course, all against Daniel Wolf. Number 9 hitter. 3-2 Stuttgart here in the 6th. And that pitch is a strike on the outside corner from Cowan, 0-1. The big blow, Moritz von Bergen's 2-run double after the balk. Although with or without the balk, that ball would have scored 3 runs.
Yep.
So it doesn't really matter that there was a balk in there. Fastball missed a little bit high, 1-1.
Just a clutch hit. He fouled off some pitches, and then he got a curveball up in the zone and got the barrel out and hit it to the fence. Clutch hit.
There's a curveball tapped foul for strike 2. Cowan is a strike away from at least getting out of this inning and keeping it a 1-run game. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, a good fastball. The ball was dropped by Thorpe, but he picks it up and tags out the batter, Schaefer. So Cowan ends the inning, but not before 3 runs score. 3 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors and 1 left on base. At the end of 5 1/2, it is the Stuttgart Reds 3, the Haar Disciples 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back. It's time for the bottom of the 6th inning here in Haar, a close ball game. Stuttgart leading this game 3-2. It was scoreless until the 4th when the Disciples pushed across 2 runs. RBI single off the bat of Nick Michelli and RBI ground out from Simon Lechner after a couple of walks from John Acosta. But Stuttgart scoring 3 runs in the top of the 6th inning. The big blow, the 2-run double off the bat of Moritz van Bergen. First pitch to Cal Murphy was a ball. The next one swung on and foul tipped into the mitt for strike 1. 1-1. That one is inside 2-1. Acosta now at 74 pitches. 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts so far. And he has looked very sharp.
Yeah, and it's always great when you're a pitcher and your team picks you up like that. You've been throwing well.
That's outside ball 3. Well, only in the 1 inning that he struggled a little bit with his command. He walked 2 in the 4th, and those are the 2 guys that eventually came around to score for the Disciples. And now the pitch comes in on the inside corner to make the count full, 3-2.
He's got a little pep in his step. It looks like Acosta here. A little bump of energy from those 3 runs.
Yeah, he's picked up his pace. There's a slow ground ball foul. Murphy trying to get aboard to set things up. 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup for the Disciples. Murphy, Thorpe, and Thomas. Murphy's 0 for 2, grounded out and struck out. And a slow roller along the third base line. That's going to be a base hit. No chance for Danilo Weber to throw out Cal Murphy. And so the Disciples do indeed get a leadoff base runner. A swinging bunt that just died in the grass.
A swunt.
A swunt. Yeah.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, just one of those balls that nestles right halfway between home and third base. There's no way to defend it, Tim. There's no way to defend the swunt.
And Rick Jock is going to take the ball from Janikel Acosta and leave him in a position to win this ball game. He's responsible for the base runner, Cal Murphy. And so Acosta's day is done. We'll take a short break. 3-2 Stuttgart. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Well, the new pitcher on the mound is the young right-hander Christoph Erich for the Stuttgart Reds.
Yeah, they've been pretty neat and tidy this year. Stuttgart has pitching-wise. They've used 2 relievers, and you're going to see Christoph Erich, who's has a couple of appearances in 2 innings pitched. He's given up 1 hit, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, 1 save for an ERA of 4.50 so far. And former Ulm Falcons player, where he pitched 60 innings last year with the Ulm Falcons. 38 walks, 36 strikeouts. Talented young pitcher. I remember him from Ulm.
Yeah, I believe he's 20 years of age. Don't know the exact birthday. He's either 19 or 20.
And a lot of trust from manager Rick Jock to put him in this situation. Obviously believes that he can get the job done.
So the Disciples have the tying run, Cal Murphy, on first base, and you got to figure they're desperate to score, so you got to figure he's going to be trying something. Will Thorpe, the number 3 hitter, is at the plate. Thorpe has walked and grounded out. So far, no movement from Murphy, and Thorpe takes one down the chute, strike one.
Thorpe is an excellent bunter. If he does get the signal from Coach Ryan Bollinger.
And time is called, but I wouldn't think this is, you're not really, the tie doesn't help you. you need somebody to knock one in a gap or over a fence or something. And Thorpe is one of the guys on this team that can do it. There's a check on Murphy and a good scoop at first by Van Bergen. That ball nearly got past him. But you're right, that is often how it gets played. Sometimes you see bunts, and he squares, and he bunts it foul. So now he's behind 0-2.
Yeah, and it's hard to say. It's managing style. A lot of things factor into whether to bunt or not. I know there's a big push for anti-bunting, but yeah, I can speak as a manager. It's a lot of feel. I don't think you can coach baseball with a computer.
Yeah, and you're right about that. Also, Thorpe, the Disciples just collectively, they are basically slumping. Thorpe, and he's now hit by a pitch, so the whole thing is moot.
The anti-bunters are cheering their heads off at home right now. They're going wild.
So the curveball hits him in the backside, and now Nate Thomas is up. So now you have the tying and go-ahead runs on.
And another interesting bunt conversation, but I think he's going to swing away here. What do you think?
I would want him swinging away. He's had some good swings today. He's hit the ball hard
today.
He's singled and walked. This is only his third plate appearance. Remember, this is a 7-inning game, so we're in the bottom of the 6th. There's another game to follow, roughly a half an hour after the conclusion of this one.
We'll play on.
Yep. And a big swing and a miss.
I always, wince a little bit when we'll play on and you swing away because the third baseman's charging in hard.
It's scarier, I guess, if it's a right-handed hitter, but either way.
So they do think Thomas is going to bunt, but let's see if they take the wheel play off here with that swing away in the first pitch.
And Erich in relief of Acosta, ahead 0-1, the next one. And this one in the dirt, goes to the screen, and both runners will move up. A wild pitch. So now, without having bunted, the Disciples have runners at second and third, and a base hit could give them the lead.
As I said, the anti-bunters are loving it.
Well, the reason is that like you have just about the same likelihood of scoring a run whether you bunt or not. So why give away the out?
Yeah,
that's the reason why. But I mean, there are situations where, and you're right at this level. I mean, this is not the same as major leagues. Like there are certain places where you definitely want to. And the 1-1, that's in the dirt, and that's a heck of a block by Abiles. That prevented the tying run from scoring. The infield is back, by the way. At least they were before that pitch.
Looked like they were halfway or in. From here, they're going to play on the grass.
Yeah, now they're in. As Abiles went back to the mound to talk with Christoph Erich.
You got to have a great feeling here if you're Coach Ryan Bollinger. Clutch guy at the plate who's, just seems like he's always at the center of those big moments in Hard Disciples baseball. Nate John Thomas.
Murphy at third, Thorpe at second. Infield in, the pitch. Outside for ball 3. On deck, Nick Michelli, who had the RBI hit for the Disciples in the 4th inning that got the scoring started. 3-1 the count. Nobody out. And the pitch. Outside, ball 4, the bases are loaded. And so Stuttgart, who loaded the bases to begin the top of the 6th inning, now have to deal with the same situation on the other side of the ledger as Nick Michelli will step up to the plate. 1 for 2 with a fielder's choice and an RBI single. The Disciples with a huge opportunity here. Now up the middle, they will play for the double play, so they'll give up the tie for 2 outs. Michelli looking to do some damage here. And the pitch. There's a strike, a fastball right through there. 0-1 from Christoph Erich.
Michelli taken all the way, it looked like there. Erich's had a bit of trouble throwing strikes here.
0-1. And a good curveball drops in for strike 2.
It's a gutsy pitch right there.
Yeah, good call from Abiles also to have the confidence to put down the 2 fingers.
And great execution, of course, by the pitcher.
0-2. Bases loaded, nobody out. 3-2 game, bottom of the 6th. High fly ball to left field. Backing up on it is Jonas van Bergen. He makes the catch. Murphy tags from third, and he is not going to come. That was a heck of a throw from Jonas van Bergen. I thought for sure that'd be deep enough to get the run home, but that was quite a throw from left field.
Yeah, he got rid of that very quickly. Van Bergen got behind it, just like you're taught to. Unleashed it on the fly to home plate. I think he's cut down there.
Yeah, I think it was a wise decision to stay put at third base.
Yeah, if you go there, you're probably out at the plate. It's a double play. Takes the wind out of your sails.
So Simon Lechner now.
You're still in a good spot here. 1 out, bases loaded.
Contact hitter. He's grounded out twice. And the pitch. Upstairs. Although Simon is also one of the most patient hitters. He takes a lot of walks. Eric is going to have to earn it.
Yeah, he's got an excellent, always has had an excellent eye at the plate. Very good approach when he's batting as well.
Murphy, Thorpe, and Thomas, the base runners. Murphy dancing off third. The pitch. A high pop-up. This is in shallow left field. This will not get a run home. Murphy tags just to draw the throw, but nothing else. And so the bases loaded were with no outs, and now there are 2 outs, and the Disciples are going to need a hit from David Wallace. But that would be huge for the Reds if they can get out of this.
Yeah, if you can wiggle your way out of this, you're feeling pretty good, but you still got a good hitter at the plate. David Wallace.
Wallace struck out and grounded out. And now the infielders can play back at normal depth. Murphy, Thorpe, and Thomas, the base runners. Wallace just wants to get one through the infield. Try to get on base however he can, and he swings and shoots it foul, strike 1.
This is a huge, huge at-bat right here. I don't have to tell you, Tim, but single scores 2, and you go to the 7th, up a run probably, if not more. An out, and you're 3 outs away.
Christoph Erich came on, got into this jam, trying to get out of it. And the pitch. That missed outside and high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Close pitch.
You can see Abiles was set up outside. I mean, from the center field camera, you can't really see the plate. So it's hard to tell, but 1 ball and 1 strike. And he shoots that one to right field, backing up on it is Dents, and he is there to make the catch, and the Disciples do not score. An excellent job by Christoph Erich to get out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 3 left. We go to the 7th inning here in Game 1. Stuttgart 3, Haar 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the top of the 7th inning. Stuttgart clinging to a 3-2 lead. They will send the top of the order up to the plate against the left-hander Sean Cowan. This ball game was started by Daniel Wolf, who pitched very well through 5+ innings, but he gave up. He was responsible for the base runners that were inherited and then later scored. On the side of the Stuttgart Reds, the game was started by John Eichel Acosta, and he was relieved with great effect last inning by Christoph Erich, who escaped a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam. And Xavi takes the first pitch strike after showing bunt against Sean Cowan.
Yeah, huge props to Eric there for wiggling out of that jam. Throws an inning, only the walk.
There's a ground ball towards third, and it gets right through the third baseman Miguel Piñeiro's glove. And Xavi Gonzalez is on. That's an E5.
And as we mentioned, a lot of confidence from manager Rick Jacques to put Eric in that situation to get out of it.
Well, that play, Miguel just did not get the glove down, and it went right through the wickets. And so, that's the first error of the ballgame for either team. Stuttgart, 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Haar, 2 runs, 4 hits, now 1 error. And Jonas van Bergen swings and misses, strike 1.
The ball to Abiles at home was not ruled an error, as we learned after.
Yeah, that was a lot of moving parts on that play, in which a couple of runs scored. The pitch is low, 1-1. Jonas van Bergen today struck out twice and grounded into a force out. And that pitch is upstairs. 2-1 the count. Nobody out. Xavi Gonzalez on first base. Might be a threat to run. Cowan has a good move to first. And there's a strike at the knees on the inside corner. Good pitch from Sean. And it's 2-2 now. Don't forget, it's a 7-inning game, so the bottom of the 7th is do or die time for Haar. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jonas van Bergen strikes out for the 3rd time. That's the first out here in the top of the 7th inning. In between games, I'm going to leave the stream on, and we will just come back with the same link about a half hour later. So no new links you got to find or anything. It's just going to be on this same exact live stream. As Daniel Abiles steps up to the plate. That curveball missed inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. It's going to be 1-0. That was the first pitch of the sequence. Gonzalez not going. The pitch, line drive, left center field. That's down for a hit. Rosenthal over to cut it off in the gap. Gonzalez heads to third base. Abiles to second. The throw there. He is safe. Just ahead of the tag. That was a good cut by the shortstop Cal Murphy. The throw was on point by Rosenthal in center field, but that's a clean double all the way. And so Gonzalez is now at third, and Abiles is at second. That's his second double in his last 2 at-bats. He's hit the ball hard 3 out of 4 times as Daniel Abiles.
He was thinking double all the way on that, hustling right out of the box. Good cut and relay, or cut to second by Cal Murphy, but Abiles is hustling all the way.
So now Yannick Dentz with a chance to put this game seemingly out of reach. The infield is in, and the pitch is low. Boy, another run here would be deflating for the Haar disciples, and of course confidence-inducing for the Stuttgart Reds. They do not feel comfortable with a 1-run lead. And that's low, 2-0. But this game has followed the same frustrating pattern for the disciples that the past few weeks have. They've been in it the whole way. (2-0) on Dentz. Now 3-0. Dentz also doubled deep to left center field. in his last at bat. Three and 0. He probably has the green light here. And he swings through it. 3-1.
Yeah, why not? You're up 3-2. Guys in scoring position.
I mean, he's a cleanup hitter. If somebody's going to have if somebody's going to have 3-0 green light, you'd think it'd be him. Now it's 3-1. And now the bases are loaded. Ball 4 down low. There's one out. So we've seen a lot of bases loaded situations here.
Pinch hitter for the Reds.
And this is Robert Blazing. So Robert Blazing is going to pinch hit.
Disciples will keep the corners in here. Base is loaded.
And the curveball is in for a strike. This is Robert Blazing's first at bat this year, if easy score is to be trusted. And remember, this is the spot that was Dustin Ward, and then Fabian Beck pinch ran for him. This is the DH spot. So Blazing now behind 0-2. But a strikeout would be huge for Cowan here. 0-2, bases loaded, only one out. Here it comes. Outside, 1-2.
Anytime you see a pinch hitter come off the bench, a lot of pitchers are thinking, hey, got to go right at him, challenge him, make him swing the bat. It's been sitting on the game, sitting on the bench the whole game. Come right at him.
He's up there in a big spot. The 1-2, that's outside, 2-2. I'm seeing in the chat, Jens Ullerking, let me know this is Blazing's first appearance at all with Stuttgart. So,
welcome to the league.
Yeah, welcome to the Stuttgart Reds. Go get a hit with the bases loaded. Strike 3 called, fastball in the inside corner. Good fastball, really crossing up the hitter. And there are 2 down.
Big pitch right there.
And now Moritz von Bergen. Von Bergen had the big hit that gave Stuttgart the lead.
And Ryan Bollinger's not going to let him face Cowan a second time.
Cowan did a pretty good job, though. He got through the jam in the 6th. Obviously gave up the big hit, but still gave the bullpen some outs and kept it close. It's 3-2.
Or I should say let Cowan face Van Bergen a second time. He's going to go to Jan Endriat.
Right, so Endriat is going to come on. And we will take a short break. It's 3-2 Stuttgart in the top of the 7th with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Moritz von Bergen come to the plate against Jan Endriat. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. And so, Moritz von Bergen comes to the plate now here in the top of the 7th inning. Remember, it's only a 7-inning game. First of a doubleheader here in Haar. And Jan Endriat is going to inherit this bases-loaded situation. If any runs score here, they would be all unearned because the inning started with the error And now there are 2 outs. So Gonzalez, Aviles, and Blazing, and Dents, the base runners. I got Gonzalez, Aviles, and Dents. I have to practice that. Good curveball inside for a ball. Gonzalez at third, Daniel Abiles at second, Yannick Dents is at first. One 1-0 on Van Bergen. And a throw behind the runner at first. He dives back.
Good throw there
high.
Good throw from Will Thorpe, but Dents alertly gets back to first base.
Well, nowhere to put Moritz van Bergen. 2 balls, no strikes. The Disciples desperately trying to keep this game where it is at 3-2. And a ground ball to the hole. And that gets through the outfield. 2 runs are going to score as the ball just trickles and comes to rest in front of Neil Schmidt in left field. Stuttgart leads 5-2 on a seeing eye ground ball single. That's now 4 runs batted in this game for Moritz van Bergen. And those 2 runs are unearned.
Not hit quite as hard as his last at bat, but does the job nonetheless. Like you said, Tim, a seeing eye single. Scores 2.
Yeah, just got under the glove of Cal Murphy. And once it did, you knew both runners were going to score. So Danilo Weber steps up to the plate. And now the battle has become much more uphill for the Disciples. They have only 1 more inning with which to work. That breaking ball was low to Danilo Weber. Weber has singled in 3 trips, 1 for 3. The sun comes out, though. So it's not all gloom and doom here. Good curveball from Endriat, 1 ball and 1 strike. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Dents and Moritz van Bergen, the base runners. 1 and 1. There's a swing and a foul to the screen, 1 and 2 now. Endriat just gave up that little roller, trying to put an end to this inning. See if he can put away Danilo Weber. One and 2. Hit on the ground weakly towards short. Murphy is going to go the short way to Nate Thomas at second base, and that will be the 3rd out of the inning. But it's another good one for Stuttgart. They played 2 unearned runs. 2 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 very costly error, and there were 2 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 7th. It's do or die time for the Haar Disciples. Stuttgart 5, Haar 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball. Brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back, bottom of the 7th inning. And the pitch to Miguel Pinheiro is a strike from Christoph Erich. Erich in relief. Trying to finish this game. It is 8-9-1. Miguel Pinheiro. And he rolls one slowly to the left side, gloved by Weber. Throws off balance and gets his man very quickly, one away here in the bottom of the 7th.
And to answer a question in the chat, Robert Blasing played 2020 for the Berlin Flamingos, 2021 for the Berlin Flamingos, and 2022 season for the Paderborn Untouchables. Thanks to Ty Erickson's website stats. We are constantly looking up here during the game, trying not to get too lost in them and neglect this great ball game that's been going on.
Yeah, it's really been a good ball game. And remember, there's another one coming up. There's a swing and a blooper foul off the hands of Niels Schmidt. This is Lucas Bickel, excuse me. Lucas Bickel pinch hitting for Niels Schmidt. Bickel came over from the Austrian League. He was the best batter in the Austrian League last year. And he takes a pitch low and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. The Disciples need some base runners. And that one is high, 2-1. After Bickel, it'll be to the top of the order, Joe Rosenthal, if anyone gets on, Cal Murphy. Christoph Erich trying to put this one in the books and save it. For John Eichel Acosta, curveball is pulled foul, and the count 2-2 on Bickel. Yeah, in case you're wondering, 7-inning games in doubleheaders. That was announced by the DB-FAU a couple of days before the beginning of the season. And the Stuttgart Reds, for their part, they were not happy about it. And they let people know. And that sentiment, I think, is fairly widespread.
Yeah, not surprising from a club that's really been devoted to developing a lot of young players. And I'm sure they have some pitchers who they'd like to get in, and it's just not possible sometimes.
3-2. That is low, ball 4. The Disciples have a base runner. And with it, a glimmer of hope. As now the top of the order, Joe Rosenthal will step up to the plate. You know, it's a little bit like in 2020 when MLB, we're going to have a pinch runner.
Looks like Simon Weinsteiger.
Thank you. So Simon Weinsteiger going to pinch run. I was going through my roster. Yep, that is exactly who that is. So Simon Weinsteiger pinch running for Lucas Bickel. I was going to say, it's, you know, in 2020 we suddenly got the zombie runner in 7-inning games because of the pandemic. Okay. And then suddenly, you know, all of a sudden the zombie runner just hasn't gone away. It's, for some reason, still there. And now you're seeing other leagues just follow suit for whatever reason. That pitch was a strike to Joe Rosenthal. But I don't think less baseball is the answer. That's just my general takeaway. Anyway, 1 strike on Rosenthal. Double play would end it. The Disciples looking for 1 more base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. That pitch is low.
I get the zombie runners in leagues where there's a problem with offense. And you look at it in MLB last year, was it Guardians and Rays in the playoffs, 0-0 to the 16th inning.
Yeah, but that was an awesome game.
Yeah.
The pitch is a strike called on the outside corner, 1-2.
And I get it's a tough run-scoring environment when you have an army of guys coming out of the bullpen throwing 98 with 92-mile-an-hour sliders. But games end themselves.
That's not a problem we have here.
Yeah, games end themselves in the Bundesliga.
Yeah. Breaking ball is outside. Good take by Rosenthal. 2-2 the count.
So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone has more data on that than I do, but I haven't seen a ton of 0-0 ties to the 15th inning in Bundesliga baseball.
No. 2-2. Weinsteiger off first base. Swing and a foul tip into the mitt held onto by Apiles. And the Reds are 1 out away from taking game 1. The Reds, by the way, you know, I don't know if I mentioned this. They're undefeated, so they're 4-0. Trying to keep their streak going. They did not play last weekend.
They're playing with a lot of confidence today. Rick Jacques is managing with a lot of confidence. Batters are hitting with confidence, and pitchers are doing the same thing.
There goes the runner. The throw to second base. is not in time, boy, you better be safe on that. I think the Disciples were thinking the Reds would just let him take second base with 2 outs, and he did not, and nearly got thrown out.
I like that play by Abiles. If you're gonna steal, I'm gonna try to throw you out.
Exactly.
Don't concede anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but boy, you better make it down by 3. The pitch was a ball, and now it's ball 2.
It's a big roll of the dice. You definitely don't want to end the game on a caught stealing when you're down 3. I think everybody watching knows that as well.
There's a strike under the hands, 2-1 on Murphy. Murphy has singled in 3 trips. Made it to third base. The Disciples have the bases loaded, nobody out in the 6th, and that's really where they're going to be kicking themselves if they do not come back. Cued off the end of the bat, foul, 2-2. So Murphy and the Disciples down to their final strike.
And a ball that was just not deep enough for Cal Murphy to tag. As you remember, Jonas van Bergen unleashed a
cannon of a throw.
Yeah, I was looking for the right word. That was a good way to describe it. On the fly to home plate.
2-2, and the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And this one is in the books. The Stuttgart Reds have defeated the Haar Disciples by a score of 5-2, ending this ball game at about 2:25, which means that roughly 3 o'clock we'll be back for game 2. Excellent pitching from John-Michael Acosta and Christoph Erich on the Reds side. Excellent pitching, really, from Daniel Wolf as well.
Yep.
Sean Cowan had a good outing as well. 4 strikeouts in 1 2/3 innings. Really, you said it earlier, it's going to come down to a couple of big hits, and the Reds got 1 more big hit than the Disciples did.
Yeah, exactly.
And
clutch hits there from Nick Michelli on Disciples side, and 2 very big hits, very different ball paths, but 2 very big hits from the young star, I would say. He's a very talented player. Young star. He's also a really good pitcher too, by the way.
Yes, Moritz van Bergen, excellent pitcher. Side armor, very difficult to pick up.
A rare lefty thrower, righty hitter.
Yeah, we may see that in the next game. You don't know. Game 2 is going to be Dustin Ward versus Steve Norrell. So that should be another wonderful pitching matchup. Norrell has pitched very well, and Dustin Ward is a guy we know very well here in Stuttgart. He's pitched some real doozies.
Yeah.
And so don't touch that dial. Come back in about a half an hour, folks, around 3 p.m. We'll be back with you for Game 2 of this doubleheader. My name is Tim Collins, along with Alex Tufts. The final score of Game 1, the Stuttgart Reds 5, the Haar Disciples 2. 5-10-0 for Stuttgart, 2-4-1 for the Disciples. Winning pitcher is John-Michael Acosta, and the losing pitcher, tough luck loser, is Daniel Wolf. The save, of course, goes to Christoph Erich, who pitched very well getting out of that bases-loaded jam.
Yeah.
And we'll be back for Game 2 in about a half an hour. So we'll see you then. Thanks for tuning in. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost ready for Game 2 of this doubleheader. Stuttgart was victorious in Game 1. Ball game that was about 2 hours and 19 minutes or so, something like this. I didn't exactly notate what time first pitch was. But at either rate, we're about ready to go for Game 2, a few minutes after 3 p.m. here on a breezy and now partially sunny day in Haar. Stuttgart won Game 1 by a score of 5-2, and they're going to send up a different look lineup in the second game. They're going to send Xavi Gonzalez, Benedikt Schaefer, and Daniel Abiles 1-2-3, Yannick Dentz, Moritz van Bergen, Danilo Weber 4-5-6, and then the bottom third of the order did not play in Game 1 with the exception of some pinch running. So Ramon Uhl bats 7th, Yannick Witt, the catcher, will bat 8th, and Fabian Beck, who pinch ran in Game 1, he's going to bat 9th. And they are all going to face the right-hander Steve Norell for the Haar Disciples. Norell has pitched very well, but has not had much to show for it in his short time with the Disciples. 16 in the third innings pitched. The ERA just under 5, but he's pitched, really, he had one bad game, and then he's pitched very well the last couple of weeks. He has 14 strikeouts and 6 walks against 20 hits in those 16-plus innings pitched. The Disciples defensively, they're going to have Pinheiro at third, Murphy at short, Lechner at second base, Wallace at first. The outfield, Nate Thomas in left, Joe Rosenthal in center, Nick Michelli in right. The catcher, of course, Will Thorpe catching Game 2. And the Stuttgart Reds are ready. The Haar Disciples are ready. They're huddled along the third baseline. And my name's Tim Collins, again with you for Game 2, joined again by Mr. Alex Tufts. We saw a tough battle in Game 1. And hopefully we see another one here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a pitcher-dominated game. It's looking like it will be. Two pretty experienced guys on the mound. Familiar face for Stuttgart, Dustin Ward, who's quietly had an excellent career in this league. Or maybe not quietly if you're a Stuttgart fan, but either way, he's had an excellent career as a pitcher in Germany. And, yeah, going to be a pitcher's duel, I'd say.
Yeah, Dustin Ward, this is his 5th season, I believe, with Stuttgart, and he's been a stalwart in Game 2. Remember the way the Bundesliga rules work, Game 1 needs to be started by a pitcher with a European passport. Game 2 can be started by anybody, and Dustin Ward has been the Game 2 pitcher for them going back to 2019.
Yeah, and usually when teams find a good import, they like to stick with them, and Stuttgart's stuck with Ward, and he's paid some dividends for them. He's been a workhorse, throwing 50-plus innings almost every year, except for the COVID-shortened season in 2020. And he's got a great K-to-walk ratio over his career, and he's been a real competitor on the mound for them.
Steve Norell has been a great competitor as well so far in the first few weeks of the season. His first game was against Hohenstetten, then he pitched against Heidenheim, and that was really an excellent start in which the wheels came off for one inning, and that was it. He was otherwise brilliant in that game. Last week he battled. Didn't seem like he had his lights-out stuff, but he still was able to pitch well and keep the Disciples in the game against Regensburg, and that was a game that eventually slipped away once he came out.
Yeah, hard luck loss to Jan Tomac, who pitched excellently over 8 innings, just got out-dueled there. Like we said, he's been a hard luck loser, but I think he's looking to break that streak today.
Yeah, the Haar Disciples 0-7 in this game, in this season, and Stuttgart 5-0. And Steve Norell going to deal with Xavi Gonzalez, Benedikt Schaefer, and Daniel Abiles to start Game 2. It's 7 minutes after 3 p.m. First pitch coming right now. Swing and a miss, and we are underway in Game 2. Looked like an off-speed pitch, did it?
Tough to tell from here, but he's got that sinker that moves down in the zone, and it's got a lot of bite on it when it's moving.
Gonzalez, an aggressive hitter, and time is called. Gonzalez, of course, was on base 3 out of 5 times in the first game, scored a run, reached on an error, singled, walked, his usual antics. And that one fouled off the knee of Thorpe.
Ouch, yeah.
And the count 0-2. And Meister going to give Thorpe an extra second or two to recuperate from that as he walks the ball back to Steve Norell.
Norell's a ground ball pitcher. Throws a power sinker and a cutter slider, mostly. Will mix in a changeup as well. And he's been getting a lot of ground balls in his starts here. He's pitched his last 2 starts at home, and a lot of ground balls. Some almost not hit hard enough for the infielders to field sometimes.
0-2. Check swing on a breaking ball away. They appeal. He did not go around, says the first base umpire, Mark Seyfried. So Patrick Meister behind the plate, calling balls and strikes. Vlado Čupić down the left field line, and Mark Seyfried rounds out the 3-man crew on the right field line. 1-2. Swing and a foul, or maybe not a foul.
Not
the ball
called.
was
okay. Wow.
Okay, now it is a foul.
Late call. Yep.
Thorpe retrieved the ball as if it had not hit the bat. There was no call immediately from Patrick Meister.
That ball ran.
It might have even hit Gonzalez,
Yeah,
but he
I thought
swung
it
at
almost clipped his right elbow, which does happen when pitchers have a lot of movement. Gonzalez is close to the plate. Norell throws that ball that runs arm side.
That's outside. 2-2. Norell working exclusively from the stretch. And now he falls off the mound after delivering that breaking ball. Full count. That's not what you want to see.
No.
Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, and he has had some trouble with the mound in his last couple starts here.
Looked like his foot didn't quite come planted. The payoff is inside for ball 4. Gonzalez draws a walk. And that's the way game 2 begins. So he's a threat to run, is Xavi at first base. Leadoff walk, and now Benny Schaefer steps up to the plates. Gonzalez at first base being held on by Wallace. Schaefer batted 9th in the first game, and he squares to bunt, and he pops it over the screen, strike 1. Schaefer in game 1 was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. I think the ball hit a tree and was caught by somebody. I was looking down to mark my scorecard, so I missed it, but usually that sort of applause is reserved for a nice play by a fan.
With kid in hand as well.
Oh, it was one of those. Super dad. As the 0-1, swung on and fouled 0-2. Norell quickly out in front of Schaefer, Benedict Schaefer. Bark of a dog. And a foul to the screen, way to stay alive. That was a breaking pitch from Norell.
Yep. And I spoke to him earlier in the week. He does call it a slider. It's sometimes tricky to see if it's a slider or a cutter or a breaking ball or curveball, but
or
he does.
A sweeper, as we all have learned recently. Swing and a miss. Good pitch to get Schaefer. And there's one away. Gonzalez still at first base. That was a fastball.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of cutter.
Elevated in the zone a little bit there. Well executed pitch.
Daniel Abiles now designated hitter, so he caught game 1, so he'll get to DH in game 2. But he doubled twice, hit the ball hard 3 out of 4 times. Also lined out and struck out. This one fouled at the plate off his leg, and it rolls halfway back to the mound, strike 1.
Abiles, who played in Belgium's first division last year in 2022 for the Mont Saint-Gubert Phoenix.
Your French is better than mine, so I'm gonna.
Canadian, yeah.
See,
we're all bilingual, don't you know?
I mean, I grew up not far from Montreal. Had a French-Canadian French teacher for 4 years, but it did not help. I have a feeling my attitude was part of the problem. Two strikes, the count on Abiles. There's a check on the runner, and they almost caught him mid-stride. But Gonzalez diving back. He was in the process of taking a lead over there. And Almost got caught off balance. 0-2 on Abiles. Gonzalez not going. And that is a strike. Strike 3. Abiles caught looking at the back door. I think he was maybe expecting Norell to waste a pitch there. That was right on the corner.
Yep.
So Yannick Dentz now with 2 outs and Gonzalez at first base. Dentz in game 1 doubled and singled. He also walked, was on base 3 out of 4 times. Slow roller pulled foul and the count 0-1. Dentz a right-hand hitter, very quiet stance, not a lot of movement, and another check on Gonzalez. He dives back safely.
Norell has a very strong move to first base. We've already seen him pick off a runner in this early season.
Yeah, was that Will Germain, if I remember correctly?
I believe so, yeah.
1 strike on Dentz. Fastball is high. And now the count 1-1. And a cue shot foul behind the plate on a curveball, 1-2. Yeah, Helgard, I see your comment in the chat. We mentioned the Belgian league, and she mentioned that Thomas de Wolf retired.
Oh, wait.
One of the, I used to joke around and call him the Belgian Bambino. Now, speaking of, we were,
I think.
Yeah, I mean, he legit could crush the ball. There's a breaking ball. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not, says the first base umpire. Close. But the count 2-2. Thomas de Wolf is a guy who I think he played a total of maybe parts of 9 or 10 seasons in this Bundesliga.
Yeah.
And his home run rate is off the charts. I think his OPS plus was like 300 or something one year.
Yeah.
When he was with Mainz. He just absolutely destroyed baseballs in this league.
He hit a ball off me that still hasn't landed yet.
Oh, man. Slow roller, and it's barehanded by Norell from the left of the mound. He throws to first and gets his man. Good play by Steve Norell to make that play himself. Yeah, to finish the book on Thomas de Wolf. He's hit a lot of baseballs that still have not landed.
I'm not the only victim.
Nope. And there's no shame in being a victim of that either.
No, tremendous amount of power. One of the many names we think of when you think of power hitters in this league.
End of a half inning of play in game 2. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first inning. No score. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauer Eifeldbräu. Dustin Ward, the left-hander from Little Rock, Arkansas, 33 years of age. He's toeing the rubber. As David Coden would say, toe the slab and the boogie down. If you ever watch any Yankee games, I'm sure you do.
Me? I try not to.
You're a good, reasonable person. Of course you watch Yankee games. Anyway, the lineup he's going to face, it's a new-look lineup for the Disciples here. Ryan Bollinger trying to shake things up. It's Will Thorpe, Nick Michelli, Joe Rosenthal, 1, 2, 3. Then Nate Thomas, Cal Murphy, Miguel Pinheiro, 4, 5, 6. Simon Lechner, Lucas Bickle, and David Wallace, 7, 8, 9. And Dustin Ward, flanked by Danilo Weber, Xavi Gonzalez, Ramon Uhl at second base, and Moritz van Bergen. That's the infield from left to right. First pitch is a strike poured in there.
Definitely a shake-up lineup from the Disciples. If you're Ryan Bollinger, just got to do something to get the guys going, get some offense.
In the outfield, Fabian Beck in left, Benedikt Schaefer in center field, and Yannick Dentz in right. Fastballs outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Thorpe digging in, literally. Ward waiting patiently. One and one, and that's low. 2-1. Ward comes directly over the top. You kind of don't see that very often, but really he is directly from 12 o'clock coming down. Really straight towards the hitter, downward movement. There's a line drive, base hit down the left field line, past the outstretched glove of Weber. Thorpe rounding first, headed to second. The throw is offline, and he's in there. Would have been a close play had the throw been on the mark, but it was a little bit to the outfield side of the bag, and Ulm had to corral it. He didn't field it cleanly. Otherwise, Thorpe might have been thrown out there. But the Disciples, a runner in scoring position to start the game, and that's a good beginning. It's got to feel good for Will. Hit that ball on the screws as well.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him stretch it there to 2. Took a little bit of a chance, but strong throw, but it was just a bit offline. Allowed him to get in there. Lead-off double. Exactly what you want.
So now Nick Michelli will step up. Michelli in the first game drove home a run. He was 1 for 3 with that RBI single. And he shows bunt and looks at a ball high and outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Ward's delivery, you're talking about that overhand delivery, really plays well. He's got a 12-6 curveball. That's just that much harder to pick up when you're coming straight over the top, the spin, top spin versus the backspin.
And a swing and a mile-high pop-up behind the plate. Witt gives it a look. It might land on my head, and it hit the tree, thankfully. But, I have a professional in the booth with me. You were ready to catch that, right?
Yeah, I had that all the way. I was tracking it.
Good, excellent. We do have a tent over our heads, but I'm not confident that the tent will actually stop the force of a falling baseball. It stops most rain, but I don't know. There's the old leg lift move. 1 ball, 1 strike on Michelli.
I didn't see it come down.
I saw it come down.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Over there. There's the pitch. He shows bunt. The ball's in the dirt. Good block again by Witt. And the count is 2-1. Now Ward, you figure, is a tough customer. You're not going to get too many chances, so the Disciples desperately want to take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, this could be your best shot in a 7-inning game. Pitcher's duel. Offense is going to be hard to come by.
2-1. Some dancing going on at second, and the pitch is high. 3-1. Thorpe is a guy who rarely stays still. Even if he's not stealing, he moves around on the base paths. He tries to distract the pitcher, try to distract the infielders. Gonzalez now playing well behind him. The 3-1. Swing and a foul. That was a healthy cut by Michelli. The count now full 3-2.
Yeah, he's always working hard on the bases. You love to see it. Not a guy who's just going to stand around and not try to take any advantage he can get. You don't have to be fast to be a good base runner.
He's very alert, knows the situation. Anyway, the situation is full count to Michelli. Nobody out. Bottom of the first, no score. That ball drilled to deep right center field. A long run for Dentz. Way back into the gap. He makes the catch. Thorpe tags, and he will make it to third. That was a nice catch by Yannick Dentz in right field.
Yeah. And again, good base running by Thorpe. No outs there. Ball over the outfielder's head. Tags up.
And if that ball falls in, he's going to score easily anyway. So now Joe Rosenthal could give the Disciples the lead if he can hit a ground ball to the shortstop or second baseman.
Looks like they're going to play halfway, maybe. Second baseman's thinking about it.
Yeah, they're playing back up the middle, and at the corners they're on the grass. So Thorpe is going to have to make sure where the ball goes before he decides whether to try to come home or not. The pitch is high. 1 ball, no strikes on Rosenthal. Rosenthal in the first game was 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts, a flyout and a ground out. 1-0 pitch. That one gets away and goes to the screen. Here comes Thorpe. He will score, and the Disciples take the lead 1-0 on a wild pitch.
It's got to feel good for Steve Norrell. Took a 0-0 game into the 7th against Regensburg last Sunday. Get him one early, see what he can do.
And now Rosenthal up there with a 2-0 count. Now there's nobody on base. Still 1 out. But Ward, you know, exclusively pitching from the stretch. He's going to try to just keep going. Popped up, foul territory to the right side. Moritz van Bergen near the screen, and he tried to make a basket catch, and he was very close to doing it. But he dropped the ball just as he ran into the fence. Not an easy play over there.
Yeah, tough play behind the dugout. Close to the fence.
He was racing over near the line. He did an excellent job of keeping track of how far he was from the fence, and he, at the last minute, reached out with the glove pointed upwards, and the ball just hit his glove and fell out. Another one popped foul out of play.
That's especially a tough play in the visiting ballpark. When you're on the road, you don't know the quarters of the field quite as well. See guys, most of the time when you see those crazy catches in foul territory, it's at home.
2-2 on Rosenthal, 1 out, nobody on. A run in. And that's low ball 3. So Thorpe's leadoff double. Remember, he hustled into second base, went to third, tagging up on the fly ball, and then scoring on a wild pitch. Good base running. Full count on Rosenthal. And he hits a fly ball to shallow center field. Schaefer drifting back, still backpedaling. I think he lost the ball, and he did. The ball falls in. Rosenthal never stopped running. He is at third base. The throw is way late. My goodness. A pop fly that Schaefer never saw, and Fabian Beck covered a lot of ground to dive over, and he nearly caught that ball.
He almost made an unbelievable catch
but that's a triple.
Save that. Yeah.
So a triple for Rosenthal. Credit to him. He was running hard out of the box all the way. You can see it clearly on the replay. The Schaefer went back and at some point realized he had never seen the ball. And now a conversation between Gonzalez and Schaefer.
Or sunglasses.
Yeah, sunglasses. That's what that is. One pitch too late.
Yeah, it is sometimes hard to pick it up off the rocks in Haar, but judging by that sunglasses exchange there, it was lost in the sun.
Yeah, and Nate Thomas now batting right-handed. Today's one of those days. I mean, it's not sunny, but it is glary. That pitch down and away. Watch out for another wild pitch if you're Rosenthal. Well, the Disciples, who have been on the short end of so many close plays and bad luck, finally have a stroke of good luck here in this inning. Let's see if they can capitalize. Yes, indeed. Another base hit for Nate Sean Thomas. Scores Rosenthal. And right away, the Disciples make the Reds pay for the lost fly ball in center field, and it is 2-0. RBI single for Nate Sean Thomas. That's got to feel real good.
Yeah, they've had so many bad breaks this year. It's good to catch one in your favor.
Inside out swing from Nate. Got a fastball on the inner half, and he just sort of pulled his hands in and flipped it into that hole between first and second. Nothing Uhl could do. So now Cal Murphy. Thomas a threat to run. Of course, left-hander Ward a good move. And the pitch is low. So the Disciples lead 2-0. They led game 1 2-0. And there goes Thomas, and they've got him picked. Can he beat the throw to second base? He is out. The play goes 1-3-6 as Thomas was going on first move. Not a bad idea. Sometimes when you have a lefty on the mound that has a good move like that, you just take a guess. And as soon as he lifts the leg, you just go over there, and Thomas was picked clean.
Great throw from Moritz van Bergen there to cut him down. Throw right on the money. Caught, transfer. It's a tough play.
So that's the second out of the inning. The pitch is high. The count now 2-0 on Cal Murphy. And the next one, inside. That is ball 3, as far as I know. Three balls, no strikes on Cal Murphy. And here it comes. That one's in there, right down the pipe. Murphy taking all the way. Well, the inning has seen some interesting activity. There's a swing and a miss, full count now. Thorpe doubled to start the game. Michelli got him to third with a fly ball. He scored on a wild pitch. Then Rosenthal hit a fly ball to center field that was lost in the sun for a triple. Strike 3 called in the inside corner, and that's how the inning ends. Thomas drove home Rosenthal with that RBI single. That's just to complete the story that I was telling. So the Disciples get 2 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors. And anybody left on base? Nobody left on base. No, just checking here. So 2-0 Disciples at the end of 1. We go to the top of the second. Heart Disciples Baseball is brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Moving to the top of the second inning here in Game 2. The Disciples 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning. Steve Norell has been given a 2-0 lead. He'll deal with 5, 6, and 7. Moritz van Bergen, Danilo Weber, and Ramon Uhl to start things off. Stuttgart had a base runner on a walk, and that pitch is a ball. Xavi Gonzalez walked to start the game, and then 2 strikeouts and a ground out. And now 1-0 on Moritz van Bergen, who had 4 runs batted in Game 1. That was the offensive star. John Eichel Acosta, with excellent pitching in Game 1 for Stuttgart, got the win. 1 ball and 1 strike the count to van Bergen. Ground ball to short, charged by Murphy. He fields and throws in time to get him by a step. 1 away.
Gotta love being an infielder behind big Steve Norell from Keller, Texas. He's a ground ball pitcher. He's going to get you lots of action if you're an infielder.
Yeah, and we mentioned it last time. He's used to working quickly.
Yeah, he's got that college mentality of get on the mound, work fast, throw strikes.
Danilo Weber, the third baseman, steps up, and there's a strike. Last week, when Norell pitched against Regensburg, Heidenheim was the week before. It was a curveball for strike 2. He struggled with his command early in the game, and then later, as the game went on, he got stronger and stronger. Curveball hit in the air to center field. That's going to be a base hit. And so Danilo Weber is on. And I think Norell is kicking himself at that pitch. It was an 0-2 pitch, and he left it in the center of the plate. And a broken bat, I believe, a single for Weber. It was off the end of the bat.
Yeah, not where he wanted it. As you can see, catcher Will Thorpe there having to shift back over the plate to catch that ball. That eventually got hit into center field.
So now Ramon Uhl, who is 3 out of 7 in the early going so far. And they got the runner picked. The throw to second base. He is tagged. He was tagged out by Murphy. Play goes 1-3-6. I think he ran out of the baseline.
Yes, is what the umpire signaled there.
Yeah. And I showed you the wrong camera. My apologies. So we've had a couple of pickoffs in the early going, both 1-3-6. So now 2 down.
Just a great move by Norell there. He's got that quick pickoff over to first base, and he's got a couple guys already this year.
Yep. So now Uhl takes a fastball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Uhl, right-hand hitter. He did not play in game 1. He's playing second base here in game 2. That's a tapper foul at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Norell looking pretty strong so far in this game. That's what I was going to say. You know, last week it took him a while to kind of get it in gear.
Yeah, particularly the command of his off-speed pitch, his slider. Just didn't have it in the first couple innings, and then settled in and got out of some jams and was able to take it to the 7th inning, 0-0 against Regensburg. That's all you can ask for from your starting pitcher, basically. But it looks like he has command of it early here, which bodes well for Haar.
1-2. That is not a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Close pitch on the corner there.
Yep. Take a look at that one more time. Maybe upstairs, maybe outside. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the curveball. Strong beginning for Steven Norell. 1-2-3 after the pickup. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. 1.5 are in the books here in game 2. It's 2-0 Haar Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu.
Und am Start für unsere München-Haar Disciples ist unsere Nummer 67, Miguel Pinheiro.
So we move to the bottom of the 2nd inning. 6, 7, and 8. Miguel Pinheiro, Simon Lechner, and Lucas Bickel against Dustin Ward. And Pinheiro grounds one to third, bobbled by Weber. He recovers and he throws it past the first baseman down the line. Pinheiro racing for second base. He is there. That'll be an E5. Well, first he kicked the ball when it sort of popped out of his glove, and then he rushed the recovery and bounced the throw, and Moritz van Bergen could not pick it on the back end. The ball did not go into the dugout. It went along the fence, and it was recovered by the catcher, Witt. And so now Simon Lechner up there. For the 2nd straight inning, the Disciples have a runner on second base to start things. Generally speaking, that's a good way to start an inning if you want to try to score runs. And he yanks a bunt to the first baseman, Van Bergen, who fields it, and that's all he can do is touch the bag. Lechner wanted to make sure to get that ball past the pitcher, and he did so. He nearly bunted it too hard.
It was a very long bunt, but got the job done.
Almost going for one of those bunt doubles.
Yeah, they were playing really far back on the right side there.
So Lucas Bickel with a chance to drive home a run. Bickel, I mentioned it before, he came over from the Austrian League, played in Feldkirch last year, and was the Best Batter Award winner in the league in Austria. He has not played all that much this year for Haar. This is, well, he's got 3 hits and 12 at-bats.
He's been in and out of the lineup as a DH and first baseman, pinch hitter.
There's a strike, and the count now 0-2 on him. He's a guy who's got some power. Obviously, with a good track record, if you win an Best Batter Award. Got a runner on third. The infielders are playing in. There's a pop-up, foul territory, and that's going to get out of play up against the fence. So the count remains 0-2.
Ward, who's a strikeout pitcher, could use a strikeout right now. Runner on third, less than 2 outs.
Now the Disciples were kicking themselves in game 1 because of the bases loaded, no out situation in which they could not capitalize. And so Bickel wants to put the ball in play here with 1 out. Curveball, a little blooper into short right field. Dent's racing in, he's there. Not deep enough to score a run, so that's out number 2. Off the end of the bat, good breaking ball from Ward. That's that 12-6 Uncle Charlie breaking ball, whatever you want to call it. And he had Bickel off balance. So 2 down. Now David Wallace will step up to the plate as we watch this last pitch again.
Caught him out front, yep.
Fastball up and in on Wallace. 1 ball, no strikes. David in the first game was 0 for 3. Struck out, grounded out, flied out. Runner at third base, Miguel Pinheiro. He led off by reaching on an error. Swing and a miss. Simon Lechner sacrificed him to third. Although, if you ask me, it looked like he was bunting for a hit. But probably it went in the book as a sacrifice. This ball blooped down the right field line. That is a fair ball, base hit, and another run for the Disciples. As David Wallace punches one over the first baseman, Moritz van Bergen. It landed safely on the grass in right field. Miguel Pinheiro touches up, and the Disciples lead 3-0.
Got really jammed on that, but he was able just to push it over the first baseman, cash a run in. Good inside-out swing. Ward had come in first pitch, real tight on Wallace's hands. And he looked to do the same thing again there.
Well, the Disciples have a 3-0 lead in game 2 here. And Will Thorpe, who started things, trying to sing a new tune, led off the game with a double and came around to score. This is his second at-bat against Ward. And he shows bunt. The pitch is taken outside for a ball. 2 down in the inning.
Shake-up lineup's looking pretty good so far. Obviously, yeah, a couple missed opportunities in that first game, but doesn't look like they've taken that with them here into the second game. They've shaken it off and put some runs on the board early.
And Thorpe pops it up. Behind the plate, Witt giving it a look. Looks like he might have room, and he does. A few steps in front of the fence, and he makes the catch to end the inning. But the Disciples get 1 run. It's an unearned run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left on base at the end of 2. Haar 3, Stuttgart nothing. This is game 2 between the Reds and the Disciples, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Steve Norell has been given a 3-0 lead, and he will face 8-9-1. Yannick Witt, Fabian Beck, and then Xavi Gonzalez for the Stuttgart Reds. They have had 2 base runners against Norell, a walk and a single, but Norell picked off Danilo Weber in the 2nd inning. And so, play begins now in the top of the 3rd. Remember, it's just a 7-inning game, and there's a strike on the outside corner to Yannick Witt. Strike 1. Witt did not play in the first game. 5 out of, excuse me, there's a comebacker. I'll tell you his stats in a minute. He just grounded out 1-3 on the comebacker, another ground ball. But Yannick Witt had 1 hit in 4 at-bats. But he had scored 5 runs. He's had actually 11 plate appearances, and he's been hit by 4 pitches. That's crazy. So he's been getting on base.
Yeah, usually tells you that, 1, he's not afraid to get hit by a ball and might be a little closer to the plate than, than average.
But also Bundesliga, you know, wild pitchers. There's Fabian Beck. He bunted at it, and he went around. That's a strike. Fabian Beck, the number 9 hitter. This is his 5th at-bat of the year. He's 0 for 4. Trying to bunt for a hit there. Bunted through the high fastball. And he tries it again. This time pulls it back. 1-1. Norell, the big right-hander, kicking the dirt off of his cleats. It was very wet earlier, but now it's a pleasant afternoon. And that pitch is low, 2-1 on Beck. After Fabian Beck, the top of the order, Xavi Gonzalez. Third baseman Miguel Pinheiro is on the grass. Fastball high, 3-1. And that one's on the corner, full count now. I expect we'll probably see another fastball. 3-2, number 9 hitter. Only his 5th at-bat of the year. Well, he fouled it to the screen, staying alive.
Yeah, and sometimes as a pitcher, you psych yourself out when you really know, hey, 9 hitter, go at him, get the ball over the plate. Sometimes you overthink a little bit too much.
Full count. Fouled away. That was another fastball. One out in the inning. 3-0 Disciples, and now Norell wants to go through the sequence again. And the payoff. A little roller up the first baseline. Norell grabs it and shovels it to Wallace at first for out number 2.
Norell fields his position really well. You can tell he was not missing the PFP days in college. Gets off the mound very well for a big guy and handles the ball well as also.
Well, you know what? We're 2 outs into the 3rd inning. The only other person who's touched the ball on the defense for the Disciples is Callum Murphy at shortstop. He made 1 play. Other than that, there have been 3 comebackers to Norell, and then the rest are strikeouts.
Yeah,
and then the single and the pickoff.
Yeah, and that's not new. We saw that against Heidenheim and Regensburg as well. Guys just beating that sinker into the ground. They're not able to get any lift on it.
1 ball, the count to Xavi Gonzalez, who walked to start the game. And now he's behind 2-0 is Norell. Another ball pounded into the dirt at home plate. Fouled off to the left. Does he throw, do you think he throws a heavy ball? What hitters call a heavy ball?
Yeah, I'm careful to use that word because I don't really know what, I don't have that much experience with hitting against sinker ball pitchers, but I would venture to say yes.
I mean, in my limited playing at, any level above high school, I definitely batted against some guys that I would be like, man, you feel like you crush it. and it just doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what it is. The pitch was high, 3-1. There's a drive, right center field as the wind picks up. Michelli is right there, and he puts it away for out number 3.
And it's traditionally guys who throw sinkers down in the zone. It's not a high spin, top of the zone type pitcher. So that plays a factor as well.
Yeah, Norell, he's one of those guys, and he's being effective so far through 3. 3-0 Disciples. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the 3rd. The Disciples with 2 in the 1st and 1 more in the 2nd. They lead 3-0, and it's going to be 2, 3, and 4. Nick Michelli, Joe Rosenthal, Nate Sean Thomas against Dustin Ward, the left-hander. And the pitch. Michelli showed bunt, took a pitch on the corner for a strike. 0-1. Michelli in his first year with the Disciples, formerly, of course, of the Bonn Capitals.
Yeah, hit 240 last year for Bonn, but did have a 397 on base percentage.
And was an excellent pitcher as well.
Yeah.
1 ball and 1 strike to him. He was obviously part of the championship winning Bonn Capitals last year. Hard hit ground ball to Xavi Gonzalez is short. From deep short, the throw's high, but not high enough that it pulls the first baseman off the bag. And so Michelli grounds out. 1 down. And Joe Rosenthal will step up. Rosenthal hit a pop fly triple. It was a high, towering fly ball in center field, and Benedict Schaefer never saw it. And Rosenthal, to his credit, was running out of the gate and made it to third base on a ball that landed in shallow center field. Now he drops down a bunt, and Dustin Ward falls down. That's another base hit for Rosenthal, as Ward's feet went out from under him as he was going to go down to try to pick that ball up. So Rosenthal is now 2 for 2, this time a bunt single.
Yeah, he just slipped there. Bad luck.
Well, I mentioned it was wet earlier. Theoretically, it's pretty dry now, but now Nate Thomas, who singled to drive home Rosenthal his first time, batting from the right side. Rosenthal a threat to go. The pitch, that's a strike. 0-1.
Yeah, and see if Rosenthal wants to test the waters on the bases here. Already had a runner. Nate Sean Thomas was thrown out on a pickoff by Dustin Ward.
Yeah, I mentioned Ward has a good move. It's one of those where you just can't tell that he's going to go over there.
Rosenthal's got a big lead over there.
There's no pickoff limit in this league, although maybe that's coming.
Who knows?
And another bunt in front of the plate. Ward off the mound to get it. Throws to first. And he just got Nate Thomas. Very close. The Disciples trying to play small ball. And so now Thomas is out number 2, and you got Cal Murphy with the runner in scoring position. Think they give him a sacrifice on that, or do you think it's going to be just a straight-up 1-3 putout? I would probably put it as a 1-3 putout. I think he's bunting for a hit there.
Yeah.
But in the Bundesliga, they pretty much always give a sacrifice.
Yeah.
So now Cal Murphy with a chance to drive home a run. Yeah, and it was indeed given a sacrifice. So 1-3 for the second out.
Too hard to tell on that. I think you ask the scorer to make a judgment call, it's gets dicey. Speaking of judgment calls, I learned this past weekend that until 1950, all wins were judgment calls by the scorer.
Really?
Yeah, before 1950.
For pitchers.
For pitchers, yeah.
Interesting,
Yeah.
but there was still a 5-inning limit. There's a pitch inside. That one hit Murphy, and that's actually a bad break because Rosenthal had that bag stolen. He's going to have to go back to second base. So hit by pitch, and that'll bring up Miguel Pinheiro with runners on first and second.
Scoring position, ladies and gentlemen. Und die Nummer 67 kommt jetzt. Miguel Pinheiro. Ja, auf geht's. Machen wir noch wie.
Well, Ward has had to deal with base runners so far in this game. It has not been a cakewalk for him. But he's got 2 outs here. Pinheiro looking for a big hit. And he fouls away the first one, strike 1. Pinheiro reached on an error and then scored in the second inning. There are 2 outs in the inning, runners on first and second. Rosenthal with excellent speed at second. Murphy also very good speed at first.
Yeah, Rosenthal had 13 stolen bases last year. Also had 16 in 2019 for Cologne.
This one in the dirt, and that's a very good block by Yannick Witt, the catcher, preventing another wild pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. We're in the bottom of the third. Remember, it's only a 7-inning game here in game 2. Stuttgart took game 1 5-2. Haar leading here 3-0. 1-1 on Pinheiro. And that is high, 2-1.
Yeah, the Disciples have looked good so far. They're scrapping and doing everything they can to get some runs against a very strong pitcher, Dustin Ward. Had the couple breaks as well that they've taken advantage of.
Now Gonzalez running in behind Rosenthal, and everybody screams in the ballpark. And Ward just calmly steps off the mound. Two balls, 1 strike. And that one catches the corner on the outside corner. And the count now even, 2-2. Ward already up at 43 pitches. And the wind's starting to pick up. Sounds worse on TV than it is in real life, though. 2-2. And he just stayed alive, did Pinheiro, fighting off that tough breaking ball. Mentioned that Ward has that breaking ball that just drops straight down.
Yeah, lot of vertical movement on that. Good job by Pinheiro to get a bat on it and stay alive.
Two down, runners on first and second. 3-0 Disciples, bottom of the third. Dustin Ward battling Miguel Pinheiro. 2-2 pitch coming. Here it is. That one is high. 3-2. Good at bat by Miguel. Now you mentioned it before, Miguel's. He's always been a guy who's pretty reliable to put the ball in play, and he's come up with big hits in the past for the Disciples. Well, this would be one here if he can get it. The runners will be going with a full count and 2 outs. And Ward smartly checking to make sure neither of them leave early.
Yeah, seeing if Rosenthal was maybe a little bit overzealous there and took off early, but he didn't.
3-2. And Ward taking his time. Has the sign from Witt. And the payoff pitch. Fouled away, we'll do it again.
Pinheiro, who spent last year in Firth, I believe. He moved up there for school, university student. He's living in Augsburg now, also university related. good to see him back in the Disciples uniform.
Yeah, he's been with the team, been a part of some big teams. He was part of the team in 2017 that went to the semifinals. There go the runners again. That's slapped on the ground to the right side, fielded by Uhl. He throws to first and gets Pinheiro to end the inning. So the Disciples do not score. They had a couple of base runners. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. The end of 3 complete. The Disciples 3, the Stuttgart Reds nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the top of the 4th. 3-0 Disciples. Steve Norell back out there, dealing with 2, 3, and 4 in the first pitch to Benedikt Schäfer is low for a ball. Schäfer and then Daniel Abiles and Yannick Dentz. Haar scored 2 right off the bat in the first inning, no pun intended. Then another one in the third, an unearned run. Ground ball slowly hit to Murphy at third. He shovels and throws to first in time. Mentioned it last week, Cal Murphy has really played very well at shortstop.
He's been solid over there so far this year. Looks like Boomer Saunders and Ryan Bollinger, the managers, have him locked in there at shortstop, and he's really taken advantage of that opportunity. He's been solid, catch and throw guy, keeping the ball in front of him, doing all the little things right.
Daniel Abiles is going to test Murphy again, and that's out number 2. So looking at my scorecard, I've got walk, strikeout, strikeout. So the first inning there was a comebacker. That's 1 ball put in play. The second inning there was a ground ball to short, and then a single, but then picked off, also involving the first baseman and the shortstop.
Yeah.
So 1-6-3. Second inning we had 1 fly ball, okay? And then we have ground ball to the pitcher, ground ball to the shortstop. So there's only been 4 people outside of the catcher, Thorpe, who have touched the ball for the Disciples.
Unusual.
There's a strike to Yannick Dentz, 0-1.
But not a huge surprise, like I said, with a sinker baller on the mound. Got to love it as an infielder.
Yeah.
Expecting the ball every time.
I mean, you think of all the crazy shifts. You know, the Blue Jays had a 5-man infield in the 9th inning against the Yankees. Didn't work, by the way.
Yeah.
And but right now, you know, the Disciples, the way Norell's been pitching, they could just have Murphy at short, and everybody else could just hang out in the dugout and wait to hit.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, Wallace at first base. Satchel Paige style is 1 ball and 1 strike. Nope, time is called. Now, I'm pretty sure that's not going to maintain for the rest of the game, but it's one of those fun things that, you know, when you notice it's happening, it's just kind of fun. 1 ball, 1 strike on Dentz. That curveball is high, 2-1.
A bit of a defensive shake-up for the Disciples, too, having Nate Sean Thomas in left field.
There's another comebacker, Norell. He's got, let's see, how many putouts does he have? 1, 2, 3. That's the 4th one. So a 1-2-3 inning for Steve Norell. That is 5 out of the last 6 batters have hit ground balls either to the shortstop or to the pitcher. So we are going to the bottom of the 4th. It's 3-0 Disciples. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Simon Lechner will step up to the plate for the Disciples. 7-8-9, Simon Lechner, Lucas Bickel, and David Wallace. And the pitch to Lechner is hit on the ground to the right side. Ramon Uhl fields it and tosses over to first base. 1 pitch and 1 out. We were talking in between innings, if it's possible to, what's the longest you could stand on the field without having a ball hit to you. And I recall on one of the podcasts I listened to, Effectively Wild, they had a question about that some years ago. And I don't remember the exact details, but there was a doubleheader in the major leagues, maybe in the late 80s or early 90s or something, and one of the players on the field played all 9 innings of both games and didn't have the ball come to them one single time. There's a strike, and the count 1-1 on Lucas Bickel.
That's a boring day. I imagine if you had the stats for Little League Baseball, it would be
you might
longer than that.
Yeah, I mean, you might have some perfect games with all strikeouts in Little League. That's strike 2 at the knees on the inside corner. Bickel, by the way, flied out to right field his first time. That was with a runner at third, but he was immediately picked up by David Wallace, who drove home Pinheiro. That one is high, 2-2. Dustin Ward trying to return the favor to Steven Norell and get a quick inning. And Bickel goes down swinging, chasing a high fastball, and that's out number 2.
There's 2 guys who work really fast, throw a lot of strikes. Does make for a quick game.
It's kind of hard to believe that's the first strikeout for Dustin Ward in this game. I remember a game a couple years ago. This is a game I always talk about when Ward pitches. It was the game that Dinsky won with a home run. But Ward, otherwise, I think he had 17 or 18 strikeouts in that game. And the Disciples still won. There's a strike on the outside corner to Wallace. So it's kind of odd when you look up and see we're in the 4th inning, and that was only the first strikeout.
Yeah, he's one of the all-time Bundesliga leaders in Ks per 9. So, but the Disciples have seen him enough times.
There's a swing and a miss, strike 2 from Wallace. Could not hold up. 2 down. Looks like Ward is finding his groove here a little bit here in the bottom of the 4th. Oh, and 2. And he goes up the ladder, and that missed for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Curveball, and Wallace fights it off. Rolls it into the Disciples' dugout, picked up by... Looked like Nick Michelli picked that ball up.
Disciples have made life hard for Dustin Ward today. He hasn't been able to really get into cruise control mode, especially on the bases. Guys have been working hard. Things you got to do when you're 0-7.
Yeah, and Wallace stays alive there. Ward, of course, 1 strike away from having a 1-2-3 inning, which would be a big pick-me-up for him. Where the Disciples in the first inning plated a couple of runs. They plated a run in the second. They had a couple guys on in the third and could not score. So, yeah, you're right. It has not been a walk in the park so far. That one is upstairs, 2-2. It's kind of similar to from what we saw last weekend with Steve Norrell. He was pitching around a lot of base runners. Of course, last weekend, Norrell did not allow any runs in those first few innings, but it took him a few innings before he really found his command. Ward, if he can get through this inning, would be well on his way to possibly doing that. That one missed the edge outside, and the count now full 3-2.
Yeah, and it's no surprise to see Steve Norrell coming out really wanting it today. I think he was a little unhappy coming out of the game last weekend at 115 pitches, which is understandable, but looked like he's a little fired up today.
There's a ground ball, and it rolls to Xavi Gonzalez. He picks it up and lobs it across, and that is indeed a 1-2-3 inning for Dustin Ward. No runs, no hits, no nothing for the Disciples. At the end of 4, 3-0 Disciples. This is our Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the top of the 5th inning. Haar leading Stuttgart by a score of 3-0. 2 runs in the first inning, 1 more in the third. 0-1-1 for the Reds, 3-5-0 for the Disciples. And Steve Norrell has been on point so far. He'll deal with 5, 6, and 7. Moritz von Bergen, Danilo Weber, and Ramon Uhl. And there's a strike to start things off. Lots of ground balls today from Steve Norrell. Most of them right back to him. This ball hit on the ground to the right side, and it scoots under the glove of a diving Simon Lechner into the outfield. So leadoff Bleeder gets through, and von Bergen is aboard. Von Bergen, who had 4 runs batted in Game 1, now squibs one through the infield. And the Reds have their second base hit of the afternoon. And Danilo Weber, who has the other, steps up to the plate. And they're going to check on von Bergen. He dives back and gets dirty. Weber singled his first time and then was promptly picked off. And another check on him. He is back safely. Breaking ball fouled away. Looked to me like Weber was trying to shoot the ball to the opposite field on that swing.
Yeah, it looked like a slider.
And he stayed
Outside
on quite
edge,
a while and tried to poke it the other way. There's another check on the runner. I mean, this is the second time through the order, and Norrell has already proven that he's got good stuff today, so you're probably going to see some sort of adjustment on the side of the Reds. whether that means trying to go the other way. There it is. Line drive to right field, a base hit. Throw to second base is not in time, so Moritz von Bergen, good base running, getting to second base quickly. Michelli with a good throw. But 2 singles begin the inning here in the 5th, and Stuttgart is in business as Ramon Uhl will step up to the plate.
Yeah, hard hit ball right to Nick Michelli in right field. Be interesting to see what they do here. First and second, nobody out, trailing 3-0, and running out of time here. It's already the 5th inning of a 7-inning game.
And there's a strike to Ramon Uhl. Uhl struck out his first time. Bottom of the order now, so if you're Steve Norell, you just focus on the fact that even though there are 2 on to start the inning, you have 7, 8, 9 coming up. Of course, that doesn't mean that they're not going to be dangerous, but there's a drive to center field. Rosenthal has a read on it. He makes the catch. Runner tags to draw the throw, but will not advance. Good throw by Joe Rosenthal, and that's out number 1. Ball was well struck by Ramon Uhl.
Yeah. Looked like they've made an adjustment and hitting some balls hard now off Steve Norell.
You know, oftentimes, I guess, if you're trying to pull a ground ball pitcher, that's when you're playing into his strengths, and maybe now they're trying to maybe go up the middle, opposite field a bit more. And they've had 3 straight barrels.
Yeah.
Well, von Bergen hit a little roller to the right side, but Danilo Weber had a line drive to right field. Anyway, there's 1 away. Now Yannick Witt steps up to the plate. Still 2 on. And the fastball is high. 1-0. Witt grounded out his first time. Back to the pitcher, as a matter of fact. And that's a strike under the hands on the inside corner. 1-1. Good placement. Good run on that fastball, too.
Yeah, he's left a couple up in this inning. Have gotten hit hard, so see if he makes an adjustment to play to his strength down in the strike zone.
And a good curveball on the outside corner, 1-2. That's the pitch that really has made the difference for Norell. He's been able to paint with that one today.
Yeah, and especially after coming in on the inside corner, frees up some space for you on the outside half of the plate.
1-2 to Yannick Witt. And he tried to get him to chase that breaking ball. He did not. Witt, of course, the catcher, is thinking along like this, I could presume. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is a pretty big pitch coming here. You don't want to go full count.
No, you want to make it happen right here. See if you can get a ground ball and roll it up.
Swing and a miss. He gets the strikeout instead.
That'll work too.
That'll work too. And there are 2 down, and now you got the number 9 hitter, Fabian Beck, coming up to the plate. Take another look at this pitch from Norell. Good downward action on that.
Yeah.
And so Fabian Beck, who grounded to the pitcher his first time as well, left-hand hitter, 2 down. The inning began with 2 straight base runners, but now Norell trying to pitch out of it. And he comes in with strike 1 at the knees on the inside corner.
Beck, who's been a bit of a pesky hitter here. Had a good battle with Norell last time at bat.
There's strike 2. 0-2.
Nick Michelli is playing way in right field. Very shallow. Beck trying to poke one out there, find some green, and score a run for the Reds.
And a swing and a miss, strike 3, and Norell just got angry and struck out the last 2 hitters to get out of the jam. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base at the end of 4.5 innings of play. The Heart Disciples 3, the Stuttgart Reds nothing. This is Heart Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and Rick Jock has made a change. Dustin Ward's day is over, and he will be relieved by the right-hander, Jose Mendoza, the 29-year-old. And Mendoza, who's only pitched 2 innings so far this year, he's been effective. Right-hander with a Croatian pass, from what I understand. And he's going to deal with the top of the order, Thorpe, Michelli, and Rosenthal. So Dustin Ward, 4 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, no walks, 2 strikeouts. And I think the 2 strikeouts, that's the number that really jumps out the most at you. Mendoza pours a strike into Thorpe.
And only 65 pitches, if I read that correctly.
65, 39 were strikes. Just looked like he couldn't quite get comfortable, and so Rick Jock has decided to go to the bullpen. Will Thorpe started the game with a double. He later scored on a wild pitch, and the Disciples thus far have not looked back. There's a ground ball towards short, charged on it by Xavi Gonzalez, and he throws to first in time.
Mendoza was the first game starter for Stuttgart last year. Started 12 games, pitched 76 innings, 88 Ks in those innings, and 47 walks for a 4-6 wins-loss record. Effectively wild a little bit, as I remember. It was a solid starter for them.
He's a tall right-hander. And he also comes directly over the top. And boy, that one looks like it got Michelli on the helmet. Thankfully, it did not get him squarely, but that's a hit by pitch and not the kind that's a fun experience.
No, that's...
But Michelli's okay, so he's at first base. And you were just saying, you know, how many walks? 44 walks in 85 innings or something?
47 walks in 76 innings.
Okay, so that's some that's indicative of a little bit of wildness, I would say. And we saw it there. So Rosenthal now the hitter, Michelli at first base. The Disciples leading 3-0. And there's a strike. Rosenthal has hit a pop fly triple and then scored, and then he bunt singled. So he's 2 for 2. Michelli off first base, very short lead. Not going. And a swing and a miss, strike 2.
Looks like Stuttgart has a pretty set game plan with pitching. They've used the same combination of pitchers all 3 game days so far this year.
And we still haven't seen Moritz van Bergen, a lefty, coming in and out of the bullpen. Of course, he's been an offensive star today for them. There's a check on the runner at first base.
This is a bit of an unusual game day on Sunday with potentially, I don't have the Bundesliga 2 schedule in front of me, but when they play on Saturday, it's always a little bit tricky with pitching.
That time is called as a helicopter flies above. I think that's the reason why.
Is that what you call time?
Is that a plane? What is that? I can't see it. It's a helicopter. So, I don't know. Are they looking for you, Alex?
I hope not.
I hope not also. There's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rosenthal goes down. That's out number 2. And that will bring up Nate-Sean Thomas, who will get to turn around and bat left-handed now. Thomas, who singled to drive home a run in the first inning. He drove home Rosenthal after that pop fly that was lost in the sun. And then he sacrificed bunted in the 3rd inning. Now he's up there with Michelli at first and 2 outs, and they check on Michelli. That was pretty close, but he got back.
Michelli looks like he's given some first base tips over there to Moritz van Bergen.
Yeah, they're having a few laughs, it seems.
Not sure how he's receiving that, but Michelli has also played quite a bit of first base. As you said, he's sort of plays everywhere on the field, so given some lessons over there.
Thomas takes a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Nate in the first game also had a base hit and reached twice via the walk. In fact, he was on all 3 times. And he's perfect. Outside of the sacrifice, he's reached base every single time. And that's a good curveball.
And I love seeing Nate in the middle of the lineup. Traditionally, he's been a leadoff hitter, which he's an excellent leadoff hitter, but I always saw him as a power guy. I mean, you can't neglect his speed. He's an incredibly fast base runner and a great base runner too, but he's also a power threat.
Right, and the Disciples this year have fewer guys who are power threats, so they need him with some base runners. Pitches a strike in the outside corner, 1-2. You know, after losing the bats of Daniel Patrice and David Dinsky,
yeah,
the Disciples lacking in bop in the middle of their lineup, but Nate is one of the guys that can provide that. And that's way high and outside. The count 2-2 now.
Yeah, it's great to have his flexibility. I'd say defensively, you can put him almost anywhere on the field. And yeah, very dynamic player, huge asset to the Disciples, and has been since 2017 when he joined them.
Yep. Spent a couple years with the Bad Homburg Hornets prior to that. And he swings and hits a pop fly down the left field line in foul territory. It's going to land untouched. Nate, also a member of the British national team, going back several years. He was in the European Championships in 2016.
Yep.
And I believe 2019 as well.
He's from the British Virgin Islands.
Yep. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Michelli was waiting, and so was Mendoza, and so now we all have to wait a bit longer. The timing of everything. Trying to see if Michelli's going to go. He's not going. There's a swing and a foul at the plate again, and we'll do it again. If the count goes full, obviously he'll be going. The Disciples still waiting to have that one player really get into one. They do not have any home runs this year. In fact, I think the triple from Rosenthal was their first triple of the year.
Yeah.
2-2. Fouled away again. Long at bat for Thomas. He is not an easy out. 2 runs were scored in the first by the Disciples. Thorpe scored on a wild pitch, Thomas with an RBI single, and then in the second inning, David Wallace hit an RBI single to make it 3-0, and that's where we are. There goes the runner. Pitch is hit high in the air to shallow center field, and this one, Schaefer is underneath, and he puts it away to end the inning. So the hit batter does not result in any runs for the Disciples. No runs, no errors, no hits. 1 left on base, and at the end of 5 complete. It's getting late. Remember, it's a 7-inning game, 3-0 Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. They had good players for, So we are back to the top of the 6th inning, and Steve Norrell still working on a 3-0 game. And it's the top of the order, Xavi Gonzalez, followed by Benedict Schaefer and Daniel Abiles. And the pitch is down and in. Check swing, they appeal. He did not go around. Ball 1 on Xavi Gonzalez. Norrell, through 5 innings, has been very good. I'll give you some more exact information in a second. And he fell off the mound on that delivery, but only 3 hits allowed and 1 walk, 5 strikeouts for Norrell. That was his 68th pitch. So much more economical in this game. 2-0. Swing and a miss. And boy, he pulled the string on that one. Gonzalez was way out in front. Sometimes you see a hitter swing that hard, it makes you want to throw something even softer.
Yeah, for sure.
Use their own aggressiveness against them. And he went with the breaking ball, just barely missed. 3-1. Gonzalez has walked and flied out, 0 for 1. And Hilgard in the chat mentioning some other players that played with Bad Homburg. Ground ball foul, full count. Obviously, Gary Owens played with the Hornets. We mentioned Nate Sean Thomas came up with the Hornets. And
Clayton Frymuth.
Clayton Frymuth is another, right.
Yeah.
Thomas DeWolf played with the Tübingen Hawks. Eric Brink played with the Hornets. Of course, the Hornets no longer in the Bundesliga. This is one of the things that I, as an American, had to get used to, the whole promotion relegation thing. I'm not a soccer fan, so I'm not really familiar with that until I moved over here. Full count to Gonzalez. Curveball hit on the ground up the middle. Lechner is there, fields, and throws to first. Just barely got him. Simon, in the past, he's had issues with his arm, had shoulder problems, but he was able to make that throw no problem. And Gonzalez is out number 1.
Got to feel good if you're Steven Norrell, getting that first out. Tough hitter, Xavi Gonzalez. First out in this inning. I think he can smell the finish line.
Now the Disciples 5 outs away, but there's a line drive to left center field, and it's going to land in front of Rosenthal, who did a good job to keep it in front of him. So Schaefer has a base hit.
Yeah, tough play there for Rosenthal. Looked like he was thinking about diving for it, but you do not want that ball to get by you and give up more than you have to.
Yeah, keeps the double play in order. Daniel Abiles will step up to the plate. Abiles, in this game, 0 for 2, struck out and grounded out. So Schaefer is now 1 for 3 in the game. That's the 4th hit for the Reds. And Norrell, who's gotten a lot of ground balls, would love one here to turn 2. There's a strike.
See Michelli and Rosenthal getting on the same page in the outfield there. Michelli taking a few steps back as Abiles has shown that he does have power to right field.
And there's a check on the runner at first base. He is back safely. I was just going to say Rosenthal standing in the left side of your screen there, but now he's moved over again. 1 strike to count to Daniel Abiles. Schaefer at first base, a very short lead. Not going, curve and a beauty, strike 2. That's the pitch that has been working very well today for Norrell. Well, it's just one of them, really. He's actually had all of his pitches working very well. He's been hitting the corners and working from ahead in the count. 0-2. Up and in, 1-2.
He's been doing that well also, getting inside. Allows him some space to throw his breaking ball on the outside corner. He's been getting those calls on the outside corner with his breaking ball.
Got him swinging with that curve, and that's out number 2. Good pitch from Steve Norrell. Breaking ball down and away from Abiles.
That's just old school baseball pitching right there. Come inside with the fastball, slider away, batter swings over it.
And now Yannick Dentz will step up to the plate. 2 outs. We are in the 6th inning. Remember, it's only a 7-inning game, second game of a doubleheader. And Dents with a slow ground ball up the middle. Murphy, gloves, throws, and got him. Callum Murphy, smooth as butter at shortstop today. Another ground ball, and Steve Norrell allows a hit, but nothing else. So we will go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is 3-0 Disciples here in Game 2. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brouwerij Wildbrooi. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Disciples leading 3-0. It will be 5, 6, and 7. Cal Murphy, Miguel Pinheiro, and Simon Lechner against the right-hander Jose Mendoza. First pitch to Murphy is low for a ball, 1-0. Mendoza came on, pitched a scoreless 5th inning. There's a foul ball off to the right, 1-1. The ballgame was started by Dustin Ward. 4 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, no walks, 2 strikeouts. He can lose. He cannot win this game. Meanwhile, Steve Norrell, in there all the way for the Disciples, is pitching a gem. There's a curveball fouled back for strike 2 from Murphy. Murphy today is 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. Stuttgart won game 1 by a score of 5-2. Haar leading this one 3-0. Curveball got Murphy looking. That was a beauty from Mendoza. And there's one away. Second strikeout for Jose. Take another look at this on the back door. That's a thing of beauty, that pitch. Also a nice frame job by Witt.
Yep.
So Miguel Pinheiro with 1 out here in the 6th. Pinheiro reached on an error and scored. There's a curve strike at the top of the zone. And then he grounded out. So he is officially 0 for 2. And he hits a hard ground ball to short, and it kicks off Gonzalez, but he recovers and throws to first in time. Well, he played it to the left, and the ball hit off his chest, and then he grabbed it again out of the air and got it over there quickly.
And Pinheiro is down in pain. First base, it looks like a hamstring. It's tough to see.
Yeah, I did not see that. Yeah, he is not on. He is not on his feet.
No, he went down after around the time he made contact with first base, he was grabbing his hamstring in pain, and we hope he's all right.
Yeah, you hope it's not like a knee. Yeah, this is not something you want to see. Of course, Pinheiro, a guy who's been called into duty. The Disciples needing some infield backups, and he's going to be carried off the field. And it looks like the right leg, he is trying not to move his right leg at all. Putting his left foot on the ground only.
Yeah.
And that's a blow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting trying to move guys around to get a third baseman in there. I expect they would bring Thomas down to play third base, but who knows?
They could put Michelli in at third as well.
Yeah, there's so many guys who can play different positions on this team that there's a number of different combinations you could do.
Yeah, you might see Bickle go to first base and Wallace go to third,
Could,
perhaps. Or Murphy goes to third. I mean, you know, Murphy's played so well at short. I guess you could put Thomas at third and put in one of the young guys, but they're getting the golf cart out to get him off the field. So that is too bad.
I would my guess is they'll put Schmidt in for Pinero and move either Thomas or Michelli to third and Schmidt to the outfield.
Well, unfortunately, an injury to Miguel Pinero. And
hoping it's not too serious, Miggy, from Tim and I.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you never want to see anybody get hurt playing this game. Remember, I mean, this league it's semi-professional at best, right? Everybody here has a regular job, you know. And so to see Miguel go down with an injury like that, that's tough. So we wish him the best. The first pitch to Lechner was a strike, or no, it was a ball, I believe. That one is a strike.
1-1 count.
That was a really good play, by the way, that Gonzalez made as Lechner rolls one to the second baseman.
Yeah, to recover on that. It kind of skipped up on him, and then he grabbed it with his bare hand out of the air and turned and fired and got Pinero by a step or two.
Well, the Disciples get nothing in the bottom of the sixth, and they will now go to the top of the seventh, 3 defensive outs away from their first win of the year. A little bit of the air is taken out of the tires because of that injury to Pinero. So we wish Miguel Pinero the best. The Disciples 3 outs away from winning this game. We'll be right back. This is Our Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. It looks like, Nate, is it? We are back, and it is the top of the 7th inning. Don't forget, Game 2 of the doubleheader is only a 7-inning game. So this is the last chance for the Stuttgart Reds against the right-hander from Texas, Steve Norell, trying to get his first win in the Disciples uniform and trying to give the Disciples their first win of the year. They have played really good baseball and just have been on the losing end the last few weeks, and today, now they're 3 outs away. The first pitch, a check swing, he went around, strike 1. This is Moritz von Bergen, 5, 6, and 7 in the order. Norell has 6 strikeouts against only 1 walk. He's been excellent. That was his 79th pitch of the afternoon. That curveball is high, 1-1.
Yeah, he's trying to make this an hour-and-a-half game.
No pitch clock needed here.
Nope.
1-1. Fouled right at us. Good thing there's a net there.
Yep.
1-2.
Or you would have seen Tim and I scrambling.
No, I would have made the catch. What are you talking about, man?
Would have barehanded that?
No, I would have jumped out of the way and screamed. 1-2. Curveball's high. 2-2 von Bergen. This is only his 3rd plate appearance. He's 1 for 2. He's singled. That's how good Norell has been. We're in the 7th inning, and it's still not even all the way through the lineup for a 3rd time. Fly ball, right field. Michelli coming in. He's got a beat on it. Out number 1 is in the books.
Big first out there. Really big to get that first one for Norell, especially with Van Bergen, who's had a great day at the plate. And I think Norell can taste it right now.
I think the entire Disciples team can taste it. Steve Norell looking at his line. He has given up nothing but ground balls. There's been, well, that was the second fly ball. Now, there have been 3 fly balls, excuse me. Pitch is a strike to Danilo Weber. He's got 6 strikeouts, only 4 hits. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
He's feeling it right now, Norell. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't waste one here, just goes right at him. A little adrenaline in there.
Weber is 2 for 2, by the way, with 2 singles. So he's had a good day offensively. The breaking ball misses off the plate, 1-2. After Weber, Ramon Uhl. Fastball is high, 2-2. Ground ball to the right side, another base hit for Weber as he punches that one through the infield. He is 3 for 3 with 3 singles. And Stuttgart will have a runner on first with 1 out for Ramon Uhl, the number 7 hitter.
Ladies and gentlemen von der Disciples family, give it up für unsere Defense. Auf geht's, Disciple Fans.
Norell's still at a very manageable pitch count now in the 80s, low 80s. Definitely enough gas in the tank to take it home.
Ramon Uhl takes a fastball high, 1 ball, no strikes. I guess the one thing you have to be careful of is if you get too much adrenaline flow, you can bring yourself out of sorts.
Yeah, he looked like he's overthrown a couple here. See if he can get back in the zone.
As a slow ground ball left side, Thomas charges, gloves, throws, 2 down. Nate Thomas with his first play on the infield. So Weber moves to second base, and now it's up to Yannick Witt to extend this ball game. We're going to have a pinch hitter. So Witt is going to be relieved by Fridolin Fink, will pinch hit.
And you got a feel for the Disciples. They've been trying to get that monkey off their back all year.
This is Fink's first at bat of the year. And a strike. Yeah, the Disciples 1 out away. It's been such a frustrating beginning. But you've seen the signs. You can see that they're playing much better baseball, and they just haven't gotten the breaks. Strike 2, and now they're 1 strike away from getting that monkey off their backs.
Norell looks like he's calmed down a little bit, harnessed that adrenaline, in a good spot here.
0-2. Outside. 1-2. The fans getting into it, rooting for that 3rd strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And a breaking ball is outside, 2-2. On deck, Fabian Beck, the number 9 hitter. Actually, there's another pinch hitter standing out there.
Jonas van Bergen.
Right. If he comes to the plate, he would represent the tying run. Ground ball to the right side. Lechner has it, throws to first. The Disciples win. And it's a complete game shutout for Steve Norell. He shakes hands with Will Thorpe, little pat on the back, a jump in center field, and this one is in the books. And fittingly, a ground ball.
Yeah. Poetic. Big congrats to Steve Norell, his first win in the Bundesliga. Congratulations to acting manager Ryan Bollinger, his first win as a manager. Great to see them get that first one out of the way. Keep in mind, 2021 Haar Disciples started the year 1-6. They ended the year 16-12 and in the 4th playoff spot. So there is hope. I think it's a tough road ahead. I think you got to play. You got to get back up to 500 for sure. But I think if you can go 10-14, you might be able to get in. If Regensburg and Heidenheim are dominant, you can maybe get in. You need some wins against Stuttgart, which they were able to do today. You need Mainz to lose some games, and you got to have a mixed bag in the middle, and you can get in with 10-14. It's tough, but you got to hope for something.
Well, an excellent day of baseball. It was started off rainy and soggy, and it turned into a very pleasant afternoon with a nice crowd here at the ballpark. Stuttgart won the first game. Haar wins the second game. 3-0 the final score. 3 5-0 for the Disciples, 0-4-1 for the Stuttgart Reds. I mentioned it before, the winning pitcher, Steve Norell. Losing pitcher, Dustin Ward. My name's Tim Collins, along with Alex Tufts. We've had the pleasure of bringing you this ball game. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We will be with you next Sunday. I believe next Sunday is a doubleheader against Mainz, and we'll be with you for that as well. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Don't quote me on it. I have to check the schedule, but the next home game I will be there for. There are some games I won't be here for. So
I think they're in Mannheim next weekend.
Okay, then it's the following weekend after that.
We got a week off.
All right, well.
We got a week off, but I'll be here if I can with you next time. Tim, It's been a real pleasure. Hope, everybody enjoyed it at home, and see you next time.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everyone, and have a wonderful rest of your Sunday evening. Final score, the Hard Disciples 3, the Stuttgart Reds 0.